Sometimes what you want most from your car is nothing. No headaches, no surprises. Owning a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz can be that anxiety-free experience on every level. With an unlimited mileage warranty, you can drive as far as you want for up to 3 years with roadside assistance included. And during the certified pre-owned sales event going on now through February 28th, you can receive 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance and special financing available through Mercedes-Benz Financial Services. You've waited long enough.
See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for complete details and limitations on certified pre-owned warranties.
Sure, there are lots of dating apps out there, but have you checked out Clover yet? It's free, with an elegant, clean look, and it's easy to use. Less swiping, more dating. You can see everyone who likes you, make a match, and chat for free. Tap now to learn more and download Clover at the App Store. Must be 18 years of age to join.
Welcome to Regional Leaders Retreat. Welcome to Olathe, Kansas, and the Olathe Conference Center. We're glad once again that the leaders of the region have decided to come together to work together. I'm Lyle Butler, President of the Manhattan Chamber. First order of business, we want to keep you on time. To give an official welcome and to thank you for our participation is Jim Gordon, who's representing Sink Gordon and Associates, who is our platinum sponsor and is also chair of the board of the Manhattan Area Chamber. Jim?
Thank you so much. This is actually the 31st year of the Leaders Retreat. It's the 31st year that our firm, Sink Gordon Associates, has been involved in the Leaders Retreat. It actually started the year my partner Roger Sink was chairman of the board of the Chamber of Commerce. So things become around. We got even smarter, though, about 10 years ago when Junction City and Wamego joined the Leaders Retreat. We really feel like that was a step up in the quality of the programming we could do and also the cooperation we could do as a region. So our firm is more than happy to continue our sponsorship of the Leaders Retreat. I'd like to welcome you. It is a great honor to serve as chair of the board, but it's really even more important that we're all here to better our communities and our region. So welcome, and let's have a good meeting.
In addition to St. Gordon and Associates as our platinum sponsor, we have several other sponsors, and when I call your names, I would appreciate representatives from the company to please stand and remain standing until we go through our sponsors. Jim would like you to continue to stand as our platinum level. On our gold level, we have Sir Speedy, High Tech, ATA. Co-sponsors are Bruce McMillan Architects, Olson and Associates, and the Flint Hills ATA Bus. Please give them a round of applause and thank them for their sponsorship. Well, something of this magnitude doesn't happen by itself, and I want to recognize some key people that are really the steering committee for this regional leaders retreat, and I would introduce them one at a time. I would ask that you hold your applause till we've gone through all of them, and I would ask these people to please stand and to be recognized in a moment. So, from the Retreat Planning Committee, Dennis Beeson, President, Junction City Area Chamber of Commerce. Darren Solden, Executive Director, Wamego Area Chamber of Commerce. Jack Alston, Executive Director, Pottawatomie County Economic Development Corporation. Gary Stiff, Director, Flint Hills Regional Council. Caitlin McGuire, Junction City Area Chamber of Commerce. And Nicole Webb, Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce. She's already standing over here on that side. Let's give them a round of applause. I have a few housekeeping notes that we want to do before we begin our first session. First of all, if you haven't done so, then after we have our first break, all of you on your name badges, except for the speakers, should have a number, and you should be seated at your table for the appropriate number. And the reason we do this is to make sure that we have a mixture of the region sitting at each table. So throughout our conference, we would hope that you would continue to partner and learn and meet new people at your table. So we appreciate that. The other thing for all of our staff members that are here is that we ask that you wear your badge at all time when you're coming to the various meetings, including tonight's reception. So please make sure that you're wearing your badge at all times. If you have had some people come at the last minute that are joining you for the reception this evening or any other events, if you'll see people at the registration table, they'll be able to handle getting folks registered. Sometimes we have some late additions to that. So please feel free to talk to the registration table outside the room. You have Wi-Fi available, and you can find the Wi-Fi directions and passwords on page 18 in your booklet. We are going to be doing, if you haven't brought your cell phone with you, we're going to be doing some polling questions at various times today and tomorrow. Some of you that were with us last year, you need your cell phone to participate in this polling opportunity. It'll be very good input that the speakers and we all can receive and see it live as it happens. So if you don't have your cell phone with you when you go to a break, you will want to find your cell phone And one thing that we heard last year, a few people said, well, I'm not going to use that because I know that you're going to be able to track who sent it, and then I'm going to get advertisements afterwards. That is not true. We have no way of knowing who sends the text, and it is not going to some third-party company that is then going to be trying to sell you some sort of advertising. In your name badge at the back, you should have a ticket tonight for the reception for your first beverage. If you do not find a ticket inside your name badge, please see the staff outside, and they will get that for you. For those of you that are staying at Embassy Suites, this is a little bit of a change. Tomorrow, breakfast, as part of your room reservation, if you're staying here at Embassy Suites, you have a complimentary breakfast for you and your guests. There will not be a breakfast served here like there has been in past years. So again, if you're a guest here at the hotel, please go to the area where they have the breakfast at the Embassy Cafe. Our general session tomorrow will start promptly at 8 a.m. and it will end by 10:45, and checkout for the hotel tomorrow is at 12 noon. And finally, two last things. The Regional Leaders Retreat, we always do a survey to get your input, and we will be sending you on Monday, to all of you that have registered, we will send each of you a survey, and the feedback for the steering committee is very, very helpful. And we do look at it, and it'll make decisions as we move forward and consider for next year on that survey. And we got a great return last year, and we'd like to have any input that we can. Name tags tomorrow when you leave, or I know a couple of you could only be here today, please return your name tags to the front staff area, registration desk. And finally, any of the presentations that you see, you will see a whole lot of PowerPoint presentations. Any of those that we have permission to post will be posted on all of our websites. And again, those are listed in the book that you should have received to all of the chambers, Potawatomi County Economic Development Corporation, or the Flint Hills Regional Council. And we are going to check with everybody to make sure that it's okay to post those. So look for those. We'll notify you when those are up and ready. I think that covers, sorry for the long list of things, but this is the time when we have everybody together. We won't repeat any of these announcements. So I think we've covered all the major things that need to have attention. Oh, the last thing. Trent Armbrust, please stand up. Trent is our official timekeeper. He's done this several years, and he will be notifying, working with the speakers who have a predetermined time, and he'll be giving them, and Trent gets ruthless. There have been some speakers that here just in the last few minutes have tried to buy him off and try to buy extra minutes, but so far I don't think he's wavered. So we do want to keep everything on time, and when we do break, we ask that you be prompt back in your seats or back in this room at the end of the break, and we will have 2 breaks this afternoon. Last year, we all came together, and at the end of our leaders retreat last year, to move forward during 2016, it was decided of 4 particular areas that we wanted the region to come together on and work. At this time, I'd like to ask the speakers for our first panel to come on up. Last year, through the help of all of you in polling and providing feedback, there were 4 areas that you wanted the region to work on together and come back to you this year and report on progress and where these various groups are. So I'm not going to jump up and down, but I'm going to go in order of the presentations that we're going to have, and all the biographies are again in your booklet that you have received. So, results and actions for the 2016 Regional Leaders Retreat Target Advisory Groups, otherwise called TAGs. So there are four people that are going to represent each of the groups. First, Economic Development. Dennis Beeson, who's president of the Junction City Area Chamber of Commerce, will start out. Assets in the region, Bill Lansdowne with the Simmons Company. For military, Bill Clark will be presenting that. And workforce, Jason Moore from Purple Wave, Inc. will present the findings from that. They each have a specific amount of time, and so without further ado, I'm going to start out with Dennis. So, Dennis.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome to the Leaders Retreat. One of the big things that was discussed with our tags was coming up with some ideas that bonded everybody together. And those three main ideas were building trust, working to improve communication, and creating synergy. And what's really exciting is I've been part of Junction City now for about a year and a half. And when I came here, one of the big problems was that there was some communication things going on, some resentment. Talked about it in our board meeting today. Where were we 10 years ago? Where were we 15 years ago? And where are we today? And I think it's really quite exciting, and it's a testament to everybody here how far we've come as a region. And I think you'll agree, we continue to trend forward. What we did to build trust was we created these four tags, and we equally divided up the counties to have representation. So each county had 3 representatives to attend these meetings, equal voice and equal conversation. Over the past year, that's helped build trust. In doing so, our economic group has met in each other's community and done familiarization tours. First thing, we drove around every community to find out what was happening, what kind of things were going on, what were the good parts, and areas that we needed some assistance with. We've worked on some great projects together, and I think for me this is one of the most exciting things that a lot of people don't know about. From the Wamego Manhattan scenario, the company called Vets First Choice. They needed a bigger space, and instantly the dialogue started in communication to try to find a better space so that we didn't lose the company from the region. LiveWatch, they expanded in the region and were considering leaving the St. Mary's area, but they stayed because we had a collaboration and communication to help them find some better resources. Endzone Sports, a company that was in Manhattan, moved out to Potawatomi on the basis of sheerly communication between the two organizations. And from Riley to Geary County, Trent Armbrust called me up one day and said, I have a business that we cannot facilitate. Can you show us some places that maybe they can locate? We worked on a couple things. We showed buildings. We walked in together. We talked. We communicated. K-State was involved. True regionalism happening. It was determined that particular company, the building that they were looking at was just frankly just too big for them. But before the meetings ended, a representative from K-State assured me I have plenty more businesses that I'm going to bring out here, all because we were communicating. We have done some great joint events together. We actually had a site selector event that all 3 of our counties participated in. We had an interregional visit to first Columbia 2 years ago, and then this past year to Northwest Arkansas as a region. We've done joint planning for this regional retreat. We have a human resource group that is very regional in its approach. Of course, the Flint Hills Regional Council is a great partner and is represented at all of our meetings. MBAF is a big discussion item. It has been put together a regional coalition to talk about things and keep everyone informed. All in all, we've improved communication by these meetings, and we've created synergy by events like this and getting together. I think we're going to continue to move forward, and sometimes the conversation and the questions come to me about, well, what are we going to call it? Well, the whole reason we went this direction is because we had some consternation about what we were going to call this regional partnership. But I think before we're done here today, you're going to see that this 4-TAG organization is working together without having to put a name on anything. Thank you. All right, thank you for that good start, Dennis. So I was advised not to tell a political joke today, so I won't do that. However, I'm fairly certain that my PowerPoint here didn't get hacked by the Russians, but if something goes wrong, then most likely it did. So I'm here representing the regional asset tag. You might ask, what are regional assets? Well, basically they're land and buildings that are available within our communities in our region. So we had a great group of folks that got together over the course of the last year and discussed this. So 1 year ago, we kind of this was a topic that many of your businesses are familiar with. Many of those that are in the real estate profession are familiar with, realtors, brokers. That there's a very limited supply of assets or land available for development, buildings available for new businesses that are wanting to come to the community, or businesses that are just wanting to relocate, and that's been a problem. It was discussed significantly last year. So that's where the TAG targeted group got started. And so if we could go to the slide there, thank you, with our TAG members. I just wanted to highlight, we had 3 individuals from Geary County: Troy Livingston, David Yearout, and Stacy Schroeder. Pot County, we had representatives Nancy Burton, Jeff Wick, and Kevin Fately. And from Raleigh County, Mark Basham, Neil Horton, and myself. And then representing Flint Hills Regional Council, Gary and Austin Masters, and Trent was the timekeeper back there, was our staff liaison. So we had a great group. We had numerous meetings, very good discussions. Some of the discussions were, a little more involved than others. But we have some recommendations that we'd like to bring to this group. So recommendation 1, it seems like it's a pretty logical one, but we propose to create a regional database of sites and buildings for the community. Right now, a lot of this information is hidden in various, each economic development group might have their own website. Thank you. That have their own websites. There's MLS websites. So this data is kind of hidden in all these different websites. What we're trying to do, and the main thing here, is trying to represent ourselves as a region to those businesses, those site selectors, those people that are doing their research. They're looking at our region before they even make the call to our economic development folks. So to represent ourselves by having all of our assets, our buildings, and our land available for development into a centralized database. So to do that, someone has to be the gatekeeper. Someone has to administer and organize this. We had discussions, and it seemed like a logical choice through our discussions to ask the Flint Hills Regional Council to be the central point of contact to maintain this database, do quality control, that sort of thing. That leads us to the next step of who will populate this database with the available assets. So, 1 or 2 of our meetings, there were some discussions about keeping the ability of local brokers, realtors, and other individuals to be able to submit their listings to the database, and we want to maintain that. That's great. It's a good way to get as much information into our regional database as possible. However, we need to have a minimum standard. If you look at some of the listings that are out there in the various databases and websites that are presently out there, you can look at a listing that might not even have an address. It might say 40 acres, west of Junction City, and doesn't even tell what it's zoned. So there needs to be a minimum standard of what bits of information are included in a listing that will be in the database. So that's where it comes back to having a central point of control or administration through the Flint Hills Regional Council that would, if a listing is submitted by an individual, that listing would have to meet a minimum standard before it would get published to the database and it'd be available to the public. See, recommendation number 3, in addition to having kind of a minimum standard, there's also this concept of shovel-ready certification. Another subject that we've heard in several years of these sessions with the site selectors that come here and are looking for a shovel-ready site, something that they could come in and construction could start within 6 months or less. At the present moment, Kansas does not have a certification, but it is in progress. The Kansas Economic Development Alliance and the Kansas Department of Commerce are presently working on this shovel-ready certification. So that would be a certification that would, for site selectors to confirm that this site has all of the things checked off, additional information regarding, flood, EPA or environmental searches, utilities, those sorts of things, so that they could be, if they're interested in coming to this area and they're interested in a specific site, they could know that they could start construction on that within 6 months or less. So fortunately, that's in progress, and we will follow along and hope Kansas gets that completed soon. Recommendation number 4. So this is related to future asset development. It's a very complex issue for a region with different jurisdictions. Presently, we recommend that each jurisdiction continue to develop their own assets, whether that be buildings or development of land, business parks, industrial parks, and such. But we strongly encourage continued cooperation between the jurisdictions for improved information sharing, and once all of this data is populated within our regional database, a strong and vigorous marketing of that database and getting the information out. Our next recommendation, along the lines of the vigorous marketing, to create a regional one-page infographic. That's an example there in the PowerPoint. That doesn't represent our region. That was one that we just borrowed from the internet. Or from Russian hackers maybe, but just a one-page infographic that our economic development staff, our marketing staff, and even HR professionals for various businesses that are wanting to get people located in the community. So it includes just amenities, economic development information, and basic demographics. How am I doing, Trent? Okay, recommendation number 6. This is another item that was a charge from this organization last year. We discussed a central repository for jurisdictional plans. So this would include like comprehensive plans, economic development plans, land use plans, zoning regulations, and transportation plans. This is actually in progress, and the website is there. That's a link to the Flint Hills Frontier, and you can also find a link from the regional council that'll get you there, and it's populated with plans already. If that's new to you, then get with Gary, I guess, and let's get some more information out there. But that's one that's already in progress. Quickly moving on, recommendation number 7 is commercial land protection. This was another subject that we had considerable discussion on. It's a tough subject, but to summarize it best, we just said further thoughtful consideration by all involved, developers, elected officials, government staff, regarding the protection of land for development of primarily commercial, industrial, research type uses. It's real easy to get caught up with an immediate demand related to retail or residential development. And sometimes research and commercial land uses get lost in the shuffle, and then all of a sudden you're like, well, where are we going to put this business park? And the Manhattan Industrial Park in Manhattan that's transitioning to retail is a real good example of that. This is also, looking 30, 40, 50 years out. It's not an immediate 5 years. So, in summary, the primary thing is create a regional database of sites and buildings that we can market and get that out to those that are looking at this region. Jointly market that and then continue to cooperate and share information and opportunities to improve the entire region. So thank you very much, and thanks to my committee.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's good to be with you again for a year this year. Trent, I'm tracking. I got 5 extra minutes, right, based on their time. Yeah. I had the privilege this year of working with the military advisory group, and as my other colleagues can tell you, it was an eclectic group from across the region. All the counties, all the cities were involved in it. And as we began our time together, one thing we really focused on was really what's the impact of Fort Riley. And if you understand that Fort Riley is about a $1.5 to $1.8 billion a year economic engine inside of our area, it's the largest employer in the state of Kansas. We took a lot of time talking about that to understand the impact for our region. That's what I'm hoping to share with you today, potential some way forward as we look at that. When we sat and talked, we really focused at 3 different areas. We focused at how do we work from a relationship or partnership perspective. How we take a look at the economic impact in partnering to get to win-win from the military base to our communities. And finally, taking a look at what's the long-term or enduring mindset that we need to have as a region, really to make sure that Fort Riley stays Fort Riley. And I'll kind of walk you through each of these as we go forward this afternoon. The first one had to do with really a near-term perspective. I think relationship, partnership, team building. One thing we recognize is currently right now the region does this exceptionally well. You can see some examples for you up there on the slide. Whether we're having MAC breakfast, MRC luncheon, the different groups that work to support Fort Riley, whether it be the Old Trooper Regiment, Lady Troopers, the Little Apple Brigade, whatever it may be, those partnerships are very effective and enduring. But we also realized is we can't just sit back and think this is always going to be the norm. And the reason we said that is the leaders on the base as well as our community continue to change. The senior leaders on Fort Riley are usually here for a short period of time, as well as elected officials tend to come and go, some of our senior leaders in our community. In order really to have an impact and make sure that partnerships are effective, we have to continue to foster these opportunities. And so we also think we have to take a look at is what we're doing right now, is that the right answer? So the pieces that I showed you before, are those the pieces that we need to keep in place, or do we need to expand them? And so what we think from a region perspective is, number one, in the short term, that the partnership, the relationship piece is critical to keeping Fort Riley, and helping them to be successful, as well as the communities, and continually reassessing ourselves on how we're doing with that. The second piece really came from the economic perspective. We tend to look at it midterm or a little further out than just the near term. We think operationally from an Army perspective, what can we do to help Fort Riley be successful in accomplishing their task at hand while doing it as efficiently and effectively as possible? The other thing we talked about, though, is that we have to have practical application. At the end of the day, we need to be able to see tangible results. We can't just be able to talk about a concept, but we have to actually show positive movement forward for both pieces. We spent some time really talking about the National Defense Authorization Act of 2013. If you're unfamiliar with that, for the first time it allowed at the federal level for them to partner resources, money, down to the state, county, city level, down to the local level, really to become more efficient and more effective. And we think that's something we really need to key in on as we go forward to make a difference. But we also recognize that you have to be win-win. In other words, as we work to help Fort Riley, there's got to be some benefit that comes back in the community as well, so everybody wants to participate in this. We also recognize that whatever we do, it's not only about reducing costs, but it's also about becoming more efficient in what we're trying to achieve. And finally, do we have to improve what we're doing, or are we trying to sustain it? And a couple of the areas that we talked about as we go forward, some ideas, is equipment sharing. If you look across our communities, for example, in the Public Works Department, whether it be in Junction City, Manhattan, or on the Fort, We all have the same type of equipment from a public works perspective to support our communities. Much of that equipment really sits idle until emergency happens. Is there a way to share that equipment so all three of us, for example, are not purchasing it and trying to maintain it to reduce costs and become more efficient? We took a look at commodities. Is there a way that we can purchase commodities together in bulk to reduce costs? An example we talked about, and we've talked about in other forums as well, is the concept of sand. Just last week we had the great ice storm of 2017. Sand on the road, but we all use it. But if you buy it in bulk, obviously it's at a much cheaper cost. And so if you can buy it at a cheaper cost and put it in place that everybody can operationally access it, there's a way you can potentially help each other and have a tangible result. We took a look at shared training. If you take a look at the firefighting forces, whether it be, once again, Manhattan, Wamego, Fort Riley, the premise is still the same on how we do that. And so if we share training opportunities, once again, we can reduce costs for everybody across the board. Same thing from human resources. The premise of human resources is the same really no matter what entity you're working in. There are some nuances. But if you share training opportunities, the costs become reduced, and we're helping the base and ourselves get to win-win, becoming more economically efficient. Also think about quality of life. If you look at the number of, we'll say, sports fields across all the communities to include the post that are procured, maintained, there's a significant cost tied to that. Is there a way we could share that to improve the quality of life for everybody across the board? That brought us to our final one, is really having a long-term, enduring mindset. Our focus should be on how do we keep Fort Riley, Fort Riley. What we know is there's already a discussion of a potential BRAC, a base realignment, closing in 2019. So how do we make sure that we are making sure that Fort Riley has the best foot forward and we're helping them move forward? And what we came up with was national level engagement. We have to be able to engage national level leaders back in D.C. so they understand not only the challenges but the successes and opportunities that we have here. It really goes to the bullet right below that. And we have to speak with one voice. Across the region, Fort Riley ties into all of us. And so the talking points or discussion points that we need to share with our elected officials need to be consistently developed and articulated from across the region, no matter what city or what county that we're in. The other piece we talked about is future leader development. How are we training the next crop of leaders that can work these type of issues with Fort Riley? So some examples that we talked about is obviously the National Defense Authorization Act of 2013 is a powerful tool, but it's still quite limiting today. The act itself is good, but if you look at the rules and regulations behind it, it hinders this from being fully implemented. And we think we need to sit down and figure out what we need to do to be able to go back to our elected officials and say, this is what we need you to do in Washington. This is what we need you to impact so we can work more closely with Fort Riley to take advantage of some of those shared services or shared opportunities. We also need to ask ourselves, how are we developing our next crop of leaders? Those up-and-coming people who 20 years from now will be the ones that are carrying the candle, so to speak. How are we training them? How are we mentoring them? Not only from our community perspective, but also with the fort. Making sure they understand the nuances of Fort Riley, what they need to be successful, what are the challenges within our community. So what we're advocating for is developing a leader training program. And so kind of with that as the premise, here's what we recommend as a way forward. Number one is we really got to continue to maintain and foster relationships. They are key. You saw the impact of that when we did the listening session about 2 years ago. The number of people that turned out for that was the largest across the United States. It goes back to relationships, but we can never take that for granted. The other one that we're recommending is we go and establish an intergovernmental support partnership, a working group, to determine how we can leverage National Defense Authorization Act to be beneficial for everybody. There's some work to be done on that. We have to find a way to get to win. We have to find a way that lawyers can't tell us no. We think it's time to form that group, bring it back to bear. We think that this forum is a powerful tool that once a year across the region we have people who can sit and collaborate and talk about these are the talking points that we need to share with our national elected officials. right here, once a year, everybody's here, to have a work group that during a session focus on that and actually brief out before we go home. Here's what we think is important to share with our elected officials to help us move forward. And finally, we're advocating to develop a leader training program, tapping into what Fort Riley can do as well as what we can do to help shape us to train the next crop of leaders. It was a great opportunity over the years, so I thank you for it. So, thank you.
Let's see if I can run this thing. Hello. Get it? My name is Jason Moore, and I'm the HR director over at Purple Wave Auction. I'm also one of the board members there at the Wamego Area Chamber of Commerce, and I'm representing the workforce tag. The workforce tag was put together basically by 12 different people that were from Pottawatomie County, Riley County, and Geary County. The representatives represented 12 different companies or organizations in that area. And our objective that we were told that we needed to get done by this meeting was we needed to come up with a regional workforce development plan that could address the shortage of the workers. How many people out here hire employees? How many people out here sometimes find that challenging? Yeah, me too. I have no idea why this thing's doing what it's doing, so I apologize. One of the things that we need to do is make that less challenging across the region. Instead of focus on only where we live or with our own company, what we need to do is figure out how can we make finding the right people, putting them in the right places, having them succeed, stick and stay, to help our revenues grow in our company. How can we make that happen in this area? Not just in Pot County, not just in Riley, not just in Geary. So, the nice thing about our tag when we got together was Jack Alston was in our group. In 2015 in January, Jack did a labor target study in Pottawatomie County. He interviewed over 50 companies and asked them all those questions. Are you having trouble finding people? What are you looking for? How's the education? How's economic development? All of that. Then his team put together a business education workforce group roundtable to figure out what's happening within businesses. Educators, what's the challenges in education? Workforce development people, what's challenges there? We had legislators in there as well. So in 15, we had a lot of legwork done in Pottawatomie County. They came up with their own workforce development plan. And after a couple meetings with our workforce tag, we realized we have a pretty good starting point. Why reinvent the wheel? It's the same challenges happening in Pottawatomie County that are happening in the whole region. So we grabbed Jack's strategic workforce plan, did some modifying, did some cussing and discussing, and came up with these 4 goals of our regional workforce plan. So we want to, in the regional workforce plan, enhance the employability skills of the workforce in our region. We want to promote career clusters and pathways. Basically, what type of people does your organization hire, and what type of career path can they have? And the kids, how do they get on that path to get to your company? We want to improve talent attraction and retention. Basically, that's recruiting and retention. We want to recruit people to our region, to our companies, and then once they come here, we want them to have really good reasons to stay. And then finally, we need to influence legislation when it comes to education and training. So those are our 4 goals of this plan. So here's the first goal: enhancing employability skills. One of the keys in doing this, basically, it's you want to make people to where when they get into your organization, they can go to work faster, become more productive quicker. They have work skills. They don't just have theory-based education. They have work skills. So we're going to promote. What we'd like to do is promote the Work Ready system. Currently, Jack and Jessica and the Potawatomi Economic Development Corporation has already gone through the whole process of making Potawatomi County one of 3 counties in Kansas that is certified as Work Ready. That's pretty awesome. There's a lot of work done. So he needs to be commended for that, and Jessica does as well. We want to snap into this. As employers, we can snap into this. And what we want to do is continue what they already have going in Potawatomi County. I know Geary County does it as well. And I know Riley County, we've talked with some of the educators and superintendents and such, and they've done some of it as well when it comes to the ACT work keys. So we want to continue to test high school juniors within the schools, within all regions. We want to also make sure those people are registered within Kansas Works. Joe Bruner and her team have this great database of people that are already registered, already certified, that you can tap into. Then we want to utilize this work keys as well to help bridge any skill gaps that students have or that our own workforce has. And then we want to use the soft skills program to teach kids some of those soft skills like customer development skills, how to show up on time, how to dress, all of that stuff. That's important. We also want to, within the enhancing employability skills, is get everybody involved. The nice thing that I'm hearing about these 3 guys and their groups is the communication that's happening, the collaborations that's happening within all counties. It's the same thing. We can get all the employers that are needing employees to get involved, it's going to have a lot of power. So get them involved. Have more of those business and education and workforce roundtables. Maybe once a year, twice a year. Make that happen. Strive to have each one of the counties become a work-ready community. Attend the work-ready academies. Some of the folks here have already attended the academies. These academies help you learn how to use the system better, how to use the system in your education system and in your organization. And then we also want to utilize this whole work-ready community as basically a docking station for all workforce initiatives going forward. It's already there. There's no reason to rewrite the code. We'd like to get 100 employers, and I don't know what number we're at now, Jack, but we're at 100. Fantastic. We accomplished it. So we're quick workers. 100 employers in the area to actually utilize the system. We'd like for them to start utilizing and recognizing the certifications. And we'd like for them to actually get the information within Kansas Works or within ACT and figure out who are the certificate holders. I think there's 2,000 of them within our region right now that have platinum, gold, or silver. And these certifications tell you that they have skills that can translate right to work. So it's super powerful. Next thing we want to do, our next goal is career clusters. Basically, a career cluster and a pathway is trying to teach the parents and the students what type of career path could your kid get on. And within the region, what type of people are hired? What type of opportunities are here? So what has to happen is we have to educate. We have to promote technical education. We have to promote the careers that we hire within our region. The only way to do it is communicate. So we need to have businesses visit the classrooms. We need to have HR directors get connected with school districts. I don't need to just be shopping in Pot County for my next talent. I need to be in Riley. I need to be in Geary. We need to get STEM companies, which is science, technology, engineering, and math. Companies that are geared that way and that need people. Teachers need you in the school. They need you to help. So get involved in that. Help educate them on what careers are available. Uh-oh. There we go. Next thing we have are promote the career clusters. There's something called a dual enrollment program. Within the high schools, students can get college credit while they're in high school. And this college credit many times can be paid for by Senate Bill 155 if it is a career and technical education type class, as long as it's accredited. We need to tell students about this. I know a lot of the educators here are like, hey, we're already doing that. Well, parents are sometimes clueless because their kids don't come home with the information. So businesses need to know that this is there. Parents need to know. Educators, legislators need to know it's there and promote it. We also need to promote hybrid teaching to where you have a college professor teaching the class and the high school teachers are connecting the dots. They're helping the student make sure that they're engaged and make sure they're on track. So the dual enrollment program is a big deal. Next thing we need to do is we really need to highlight the technical careers and the technical colleges that we have in the area. Somebody in our group said that there's a stigma on technical careers. We need to fix the stigma of technical careers. My house, there's no stigma of technical careers. My kids think it's cool. I think that all we have to do, again, is educate and talk to people, talk to students and talk to parents about what jobs are there. There's a million different programs out there, and there's a million different promotional materials out there. But you as an employer needs to get into the school system, and you need to show them that you're a human and that you hire these types of people. Bring your people there. Show them what a welder looks like. Show them what a lineman looks like. Show them what software developer looks like. Show them what customer service looks like. All of that is important. There are many resources that are out there. I found four videos. I would hit them and let them play, but it would take me to YouTube, and you never know what YouTube's going to have on that screen, so I won't go there. But there are many programs that are out there. You can find these on kansasworks.com. You can find these on anything having to do with the state and the education systems. They're there. They're promoting CTE. They're promoting Senate Bill 155. Next thing we need to do is improve our recruiting and our retention. Silver bullet could be, let's just create a website that's regional. We got to be careful about doing that. Why create things that might already be out there? We just have to communicate and figure out what's there and start using it better. So there's a group called HRMN, Human Resource Management Network, within the Manhattan and within the Potawatomi County areas and the Geary County areas. These folks are HR leaders. They're in HR departments. They meet on a monthly basis. They talk. There's a lot of power there. If you're looking for people, all you have to do is send an email to them, and whammo, you got candidates. We can do that throughout the whole region. Career counselors. Joe Bruner with the workforce group. She's a huge help. All you have to do is call her. Kansas State Dual Career Network. Professors get hired at Kansas State. Many times they have a trailing spouse. They have this dual career network that you can tap into and find out who's there. Who just came to Manhattan that has a trailing spouse that's an accountant? Jim, you may want him. You just have to know that it's there. There's a lot of resources there that we don't know about, but we just need to make them very available to everybody in the region. On the improving talent and attraction, the recruiting, social media is huge. We all know that. That, of course, was going to be a slide. We can do the career website. All we need to know is we need to make sure that the stuff that's out there now, make sure it's good, make sure it's up to date, make sure it works. And if you have great practices, use them. Share them. Help other people find people. Okay? Because if we can help our companies all be successful, we will draw in more and more businesses. Next thing we can do on talent attraction is we can think outside the box. We can better serve the underrepresented or the underutilized workforce. We have agencies within our region that are very good at helping people with disabilities get to work. They're very good at finding people that don't have a very loud voice, that don't really know how to find the job. Find it. All you have to do is connect with them. There are jobs within all of our organizations that these folks can do and do well. Just open your mind, open the box, broadened our talent pool, if you will. Jumped right there. So next thing is, when it comes to the talent attraction, on the retention part, one of the big deals within our area with our 83 employees is daycare. There's not enough daycare options out there for our employees. So what are they doing at 5 o'clock? They're splitting out, because at 5:30 it starts being double time on daycare costs, because they're trying to get there. If they're not conveniently located to our businesses, it hamstrings our employees. And so what we can do, and what I know we did within the Business Education Workforce Group, is we found that daycare was a huge deal. We need to have some task force together within our own counties to help daycare facilities grow and thrive and multiply. Jack, if anybody has questions on that, please hit Jack up with those questions. His group is working hard on that. I know they are. I'm sure Geary County is as well, and I know Riley probably is as well. Daycare is not an easy solution, but it's something we need to get fixed, or our folks really can't be attracted and they can't stay. They're going to go to Kansas City where it's more available. Last goal that we have is influencing legislation. Get involved in that stuff that matters. Not just in your own school, but in the schools that support your workforce. We need to make sure that we are supporting legislation that is making sure that our schools that are producing kids that can come to work and be competitive in the global workforce, we need to make sure that that's not getting starved by lack of funding. You have to be involved in that. We all have to be involved in that, in our local schools and in our regional schools. We need to make sure also that in the legislation piece that we seek new funding programs. There's all these funding programs that a lot of the workforce folks know about. I know Chris Mayfield knows a ton of that stuff regarding workforce. Ask them. Find the funding solutions that are available and make sure they're being directed toward our schools and our regions. And then finally, just to wrap up, our work group, our workforce tag group, believes that if we focus on these 4 goals, and then I added a 5th one, just working together, that we really can make an impact for all the employers. And we can make finding people a lot easier. And then we can make directing our students a lot more efficient, directing our educators, make that a lot easier for them as well. And then we all win. So I think we'll be better together if we focus on these things. Thank you so much.
In just a moment, I think, I look at Trent, we have a few minutes that we can take some questions for any of the 4 presenters. Again, these were topics that all of you last year said you wanted to have a target advisory group, which is what we call them, or tags, work on these 4 areas for all of you. And I appreciate these 4 gentlemen for leading those charges and being actively involved. And certainly during breaks and during the rest of our time here together, I hope that those of you that have specific questions or want to get more involved will reach out to any of the 4 of these and their respective tags that work very, very hard on this. So again, it's your thoughts and ideas, and this is not going to end here. We've got to keep moving forward. So we have time for just a few questions. If anybody's got one from any of these 4, they're all experts, and they'll all refer them to their other tag members, right, that are here. Any questions, thoughts, comments, suggestions, ideas? Don't be shy. I think we have some microphones that might be available. Trent has a microphone that could be. Any questions? I have one right over here. Or comments?
Jim Sands, I wanted to ask about the shovel ready, And I thought the Shovel Ready was a community certification, but you say it's a state certification before we can be nationally certified?
Each various states have their own certification, and right now Kansas is working on having a certification to apply to sites within Kansas. But it's one of those subjects that we looked at. You can look at lots of different sheets and different criteria to determine whether a site is shovel ready or not, and it varies from region to region or state to state. But Kansas and the Kansas Economic Development Association and the Department of Commerce is working on the current Kansas standard.
Just a question, Bill, on assets. Right here. We've been talking about the lowest program for 4 years. What's a reasonable expectation of when we'll be fully loaded on that and all the parcels listed?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I kind of glossed over that in my presentation. LOIS is a database it's kind of industry standard. It's used in 30 states, and I think 8,500 communities is what's listed on their website. It's just a matter of signing up, getting training. One of the meetings we talked about Austin with the regional council, which he's no longer there. Is that correct? So just training a person on getting familiar with that, and then also how to then train other individuals that have questions, brokers and realtors, on how to submit those. One of the other things in the PowerPoint that I skipped over, but there is a fee associated with that, and so paying for that, our group recommended the various economic development groups would cover that cost. So I think we could get going pretty quickly.
Okay. In the back of the room.
Yes. I like everything I heard from our four presenters, especially about workforce when we're discussing the challenges everywhere we go, at least. And going back into the schools, going to the primary levels, not just high school students, and exposing them, all of those are great things that as educators we discuss constantly. And you named some of the challenges as far as daycare and getting people certified, youngsters certified from workforce. And the other thing I keep hearing is our salaries are low. And how do we address that component of it as well? I hear a lot of people that kind of use this as their stepping stone to move on to other places. So we're kind of training them, and then they leave and go off somewhere else. And so I think that's also a different challenge we have to discuss, not only amongst ourselves, but with our legislators. I think the daycare is the same thing, as well as we test our students so much now, but none of it is for job per se. It's to see if we're doing well in math and reading or science or whatever it might be. Is there some way we can get something like a certification, like you said, work-ready system, or some kind of that kind of certification pass, or go through our State Board of Education as one of the key components instead of one of the tests that are going to be irrelevant except for another paper in their file? I think there's a way to get them career ready actually with a certification that will get them some kind of a job skill and a job instead of a score that means nothing. I know I threw out a lot of stuff. I don't know if any of it made sense, but those are some of my thoughts.
I know this wasn't addressed to me, but since I work for Gary County Schools, I think I have a unique perspective on the question. And I'll tell you, in our high school last year, we actually had 75 graduating seniors who had workforce-ready certifications. And so that option is available to us. The challenge we're having is having enough pathways to target all of the different opportunities. And that's the piece we need to grow on, is expanding our pathways. I can tell you from Gary County Schools' perspective, just this past year, we started doing the linkage you were just talking about, helping to identify what a student's interests are, and start to look back from the college or technical perspective all the way back through high school, back to middle school, and trying to start to shape the curriculum tied to that so we can do just what you're talking about, ma'am. having a student leave with a certification to walk right into the workforce. The question really is that how do you expand where you're at now? That's the piece that we're targeting right now is the expansion.
Hey, Bill, stay at the podium, please. You know, you mentioned the restrictions associated with the National Defense Authorization Act 2013, but the recent one in 2016, and the Secretary of Defense and Secretary of the Army took away a lot of those restrictions. So are we looking at like the Monterey model, Kingsville model, and other communities and seeing what they did in order to streamline the P4 process?
The answer, sir, is yes, we are looking at that. You go take a look at the Monterey model, for example, where they were partnering, they were kind of the test bed of this concept, where they were partnering, for example, their public works from in the community onto the installation. And they were able to get some legislation really at the state level that helped them to go further than we are. So what we found, I can speak from my own days on Fort Riley, what we found is we attempted to try some of these initiatives, the legislation was stopping us. We found that the lawyers were saying, based upon the rules and regulations, we had to stop. And so even though there was some initiative to it, we kind of ran into a roadblock. And what we're saying today is we have to find a way to overcome that. We've got to find a way to talk to our senators and representatives and say, we need to go back to make sure that we find a way to get to yes, not no. So I agree with you. There's models out there, but we have to find a way for us here locally to go fix that.
Mick McAllister. Has the workforce TAG group discussed some of the issues that we've seen over the course of the last year? We have a lot of jobs, but we have very few people that are applying for those jobs. And that's become an issue in Geary County. 500-700 jobs, and we know we have unemployed out there, but we're not getting people to come in and apply for those jobs. Did the TAG group go over any of that?
Getting people to apply for jobs, it's going to be on a case-by-case basis, employer by employer. Example, Purple Wave, some crazy reason, we don't have a problem having people apply. It may be where I'm posting. We didn't really talk about solving the problem of people not applying. All we talked about was how can we advertise better and how can we be more targeted so that we can get better results. So I guess the answer would be yes, but not specifically that problem coming up. Hey, we don't have enough people applying. What we're seeing is it's more, we have people applying, but they're not qualified, or they have no soft skills. They can't communicate. They can't work in a team, whatever that is. So I'd be happy to help you on the being more targeted and maybe getting better results. So let's definitely talk offline. Thank you.
I'm going to piggyback on that a little bit, though. I think one thing for everyone to understand is that this is the first level. Pulling these tags together for this year was a foundational approach. This doesn't end today. All of the things that you're bringing in the comments that you're bringing forward are things I think that our tag groups will continue to talk about as the next year unfolds, and how can we take this from foundation to operation.
Yeah, I was just curious. This is for Bill Clark. The 75 students that are now certified work ready, what kind of preparation have they gone through? What sort of skills specifically is it that they have learned, attained, and how do they demonstrate that?
The 75 definitely would vary across the certification. I'll give you an example. Think of a 911 operator. If you have a student who wants to actually go into the police force, you can't do that until you're 21, but you can actually get a 911 certification while you're in high school, so when you graduate high school, you can actually become that operator. So there's just an example. You think of, we're working now on a computer certification. We went to a one-to-one concept where every student has a computer now in grades 3 through 12. And so as they go into high school, how can we teach them or train them to fix those computers going forward? You think from a medical perspective, there's medical pieces we're focusing on as well at Junction City High School. And so it really goes across. There's 16 different pathways, we'll say, within the state of Kansas have been identified, of which Junction City right now is targeting 11, because it goes back to we need to expand it.
Time for one more question. Oh, over here. Somebody's already got it.
Have we talked about anything kind of out there and exciting, like flex time or shared work or 4 10-hour days? I mean, the problem with childcare is it's so expensive, and people are going to pay their whole salary if they decide they're going to, work. And so we've got to find some new and different things that they're doing out in the coast, and I don't see happening in the Midlands.
I think you're right. Again, the solutions to workforce and the solutions to daycare, but mainly to the workforce side, is to think outside the box, do things differently, collaborate, do something different, and that's okay. And so you have a great point. Organizations may need to think about flex time. They need to think about changing their hours or what have you. And they may need to think about putting a daycare in their facility. That's a possibility as well. So, yeah, that's a great idea. And I think people, if you just open your mind and think that way and collaborate, I think we can solve the problems.
And just to give you an idea on that, in Garrett County, we actually have been working on a little bit of a child care coalition type group to work with some of the larger manufacturers, especially because 24/7 in some cases is a big problem. We have 3 shifts, and we have situations on weekends, and we know that turnover rate is actually quite high, specifically because child care is limited. So it certainly is a topic in Garrett County that we're addressing as well.
One last comment, Jack. Can you get a microphone to him because he can't hear?
Just a point of clarification, and Joe is here to back me up. This is a score sheet. This is for transportation and warehousing. When a student takes the test, they're going to get scores of anywhere from 2 to 7. And these sets of jobs here that they have the scores associated with those jobs that those students need to have. So therefore, if you want your son to be an accountant and he winds up with scores of 4 in the 3 tests, and ACT says, well, you need a 5. Now, ACT kind of knows what they're doing. They've done 19,000 job profiles, and they have psychometricians that make up these exams that pinpoint the weaknesses and strengths. So this is for real, and it's being done all over the country. Kansas was just kind of a little slow to the game. South Carolina and Missouri are way, way ahead of us. And if anyone here wants to sign up as a champion, we have forms for Geary County, Riley County, and Pottawatomie County. So we still got a long way to go, and we need your help.
Well, first I'd like to thank our panelists and representatives from the various tags and all the volunteers that are working with all of you to give this update. And I know all 4 of them are going to be around. There's a lot more discussion, a lot more work to be done, a lot of challenges, but also I think we'd all agree a lot of opportunities. So let's give these folks a round of applause. We're going to take our first break, and we're going to reconvene promptly at 1:30. Thank you.
spilling that homemade wine on your tied-up t-shirt. Every little kiss is driving me wild, throwing little cherry bombs into my fire. Good God Almighty, girl, you make my speakers go boom boom, dancing on the tailgate in the full moon. That kind of thing makes a man go You're looking so good in what's left of those blue jeans. Drip of honey on the money maker, gotta be the best buzz I'm ever gonna find. Hey, I'm a little drunk on you and high on summertime. Let's slip on out where it's a little bit darker, and when it gets a little bit hotter, we'll take it off on out in the water. Girl, you make my speakers go boom boom, dancing on the tailgate in the full moon. That kind of thing makes a man go You're looking so good in what's left of those blue jeans. Drip of honey on the money maker, gotta be the best buzz I'm ever gonna find. Hey, I'm a little drunk on you and high on summertime. Yeah, I'm a little drunk on you.
Step outside. The outdoors is waiting. Miles of urban trails, splash parks and pools, fishing, hunting, and camping on Tuttle Creek and Milford Lakes. Wonderful places to create everlasting family memories. Then rest from your adventures in a wealth of wonderful accommodations. Soar, the kind of soar you'll remember. You cheered too much, walked too far, you had too much fun. That's what memories are made of.
Well, I heard he needed some help on the farm. Somebody with a truck and two strong arms, not scared of dirt, and willing to work till the sun goes down.
Adventure in the Flint Hills.
So I pulled up and said, I'm your man, I can start right now. And we shook hands. He said the fence needs fixing, the beaches need picking, and the cows need bringing round. I was hauling hay, I was feeding the hogs, and that summer sun had me sweating like a dog. So I cooled off in the creek. Then it was back to work in that dadgum heat. I was cussing out loud, thinking about quitting. Looking back now, I'm sure glad I did. 'Cause just when I thought it couldn't get no hotter, I caught a glimpse of the farmer's daughter. Just getting home from Panama City, she was all tanned up and my kind of pretty. When her eyes met mine, I was thinking that I sure love my job. As the days got shorter, our talks got longer, the kisses got sweeter and the feelings got stronger. So we hop in the truck and get all tangled up every chance we got. We were down by the river all night long. When the sun came up, I was sneaking her home and dragging my butt to work. With the smell of her perfume on my shirt, I'd be on the tractor, she'd be on my mind, with that sun beating down on this back of mine. Just when I thought it couldn't get no hotter, I fell in love with the farmer's daughter. We got married last spring. Whoa, there ain't no better life for me. I'm still hauling hay and feeding the hogs, and that summer sun's got me sweating like a dog. So I cool off in the creek, and she brings me out a glass of sweet iced tea. Now I'm on the tractor, just when I think it can't get no hotter, I come home to the farmer's daughter. Yeah. The farmer's daughter. Yeah, baby.
Sitting there, selling turnips on a flatbed truck, crunching on a pork fry when she pulled up. She had to be thinking this is where rednecks come from. She had Hollywood written on her license plate. She was lost and looking for the interstate, needing direction, and I was a man for the job. I told her way up yonder past the caution light, there's a little country store with no cold sign. You gotta stop and ask Miss Bell for some of her sweet tea. Then a left will take you to the interstate, but a right will bring you right back here to me. I was sitting there thinking about her pretty face, kicking myself for not catching her name. I threw my hat and thought you both could have been love. I knew my old Ford couldn't run her down. She probably didn't like me anyhow, so I watched her disappear into a cloud of dust. Told her way up yonder past the caution light, there's a little country store with an old cold sign. You gotta stop and ask Miss Bell for some of her sweet tea. Then a left will take you to the interstate, but a right will bring you right back here to me. Yes, it's Georgia heat playing tricks on me, or am I really seeing what I think I see? The woman of my dreams coming back to me. Turnip greens.
Are you single? Are you dating on Match? If you're single and not dating on Match, then you're really missing out. Everyone wants to find that great connection, and Match has led to more relationships than any other dating site. Dating can be difficult, so if you're not using Match, you're missing out. Go to Match.com/music today, where you'll get to try Match for 3 days free. That's 3 days completely free to search and connect. This special offer is only found at Match.com/music. Go to Match.com/music.
It's all around the Little Apple.
Get more control of your music. Unlimited skips on the all-new Pandora Plus. Now you can jump tracks with no ad breaks. Get started today and try it free for 7 days. It's everything you love about Pandora, plus all the control you want.
$100 bills, and it kills and it thrills like a horns on my Silverado grill. And I buy the bar, double round the crown, and everybody's getting down in this town. Ain't never gonna be the same, 'cause I saddle up my horse and I ride into the city. I make a lot of noise, 'cause the girls, they are so pretty. Riding up and down Broadway on my old stud Leroy. Save a horse, ride a cowboy. Everybody says, save a horse, ride a cowboy. Well, I don't give a dang about nothing. I'm singing and bling-blinging while the girls are drinking. Long necks down, and I wouldn't trade old Leroy or my Chevrolet for your Escalade or your freak parade. I'm the only John Wayne left in this town, and I ride into the city. I make a lot of noise, 'cause the girls, they are so pretty. Riding up and down Broadway on my old stud Leroy, and the girls say, save a horse, ride a cowboy. Everybody says, save a horse, ride a cowboy. Thoroughbred, that's what she said in the back of my truck bed as I was getting buzzed on suds out on some backcountry road. We were flying high, fine as wine, having ourselves a big and rich time, and I was going just about as far as she'd let me go. But her evaluation of my cowboy reputation had me begging for salvation all night long. So I took her out gigging frogs, introduced her to my old bird dog, and sang her every Willie Nelson song I can think of, and we made love. Then I saddle up my horse and I ride into the city. I make a lot of noise, 'cause the girls, they are so pretty. Riding up and down Broadway on my old stud Leroy, and the girls say, save a horse, ride a cowboy. Everybody says, save a horse, ride a cowboy. What? Save a horse, ride a cowboy. Everybody says, save a horse, ride a cowboy.
1 minute till we'll start. If you could please take your seats.
Oh, now.
1 minute.
You know you got everybody looking. Got a little boom in my big truck. Gonna open up the doors and turn it up. Gonna stomp my boots in the Georgia mud. Gonna watch you make me fall in love. Get up on the hood of my daddy's tractor. Up on the toolbox, it don't matter. Down on the tailgate, girl, I can't wait to watch you do your thing. Shake it for the young bucks sitting in the honky tonks. For the rednecks rocking till the break of dawn. The DJ spinning that country song. Come on, come on, come on. Shake it for the birds, shake it for the bees. Shake it for the catfish swimming down deep in the creek. For the crickets and the critters in the squirrels. Shake it to the moon, shake it for me, girl. Oh, country girl, shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me. Country girl, shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me. Somebody's sweet little farmer's child. They got it in her blood to get a little wild. Ponytail and a pretty smile, roping me in from a country mile. So come on over here and get in my arms, spin me around this big old barn, tangle me up like grandma's yarn. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Shake it for the young bucks sitting in the honky tonks, for the rednecks rocking till the break of dawn, for the DJ spinning that country song. Come on, come on, come on. Shake it for the birds, shake it for the bees, shake it for the cat fish swimming down deep in the creek. While the crickets and the crickets and the squirrels. Shake it to the moon, shake it for me, girl. Country girl, shake it for me, girl. Hey, shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me. That's that country girl, shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me. Guitar.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start our next part of our Leaders Retreat. And at this time, I'm going to introduce Gary Stith, who is Director of the Flint Hills Regional Council, to present and talk about this session we're going into. So, Gary.
Thank you, Lyle. Last year, the Flint Hills Regional Council was given the opportunity to, through the Office of Economic Adjustment in the Department of Defense, to do a study on the impact of changes in the forces at Fort Riley. Fort Riley, over the last 3 years, lost about 2,300 soldiers, and that has an economic impact. And so we wanted to look at what that impact was, and we wanted to understand it, and we wanted to get some help figuring out, okay, so how do we mitigate these kind of economic impacts, and what happens if in the future there are additional cuts at Fort Riley. And so we hired the Matrix Group, the Matrix Design Group, to help us do that kind of analysis last year. And Charlie Purnham led that group, and Charlie is here today to help us. Charlie is the Executive Associate and Deputy Director of Government Consulting Services for Matrix Design Group. And he's a retired Air Force colonel, so he knows what he's talking about when he talks about the military. And we really appreciate the work he did. The study is significant. It's on our website, flinthillsregion.org, and it has a plethora of data that was collected, and the data is broken out by county so that it shows specifically the kind of impacts on your communities. So with that, I would like to have Charlie come up and make a presentation.
Well, happy Inauguration Day, everybody. I'm going to move this way a little bit. We'll see how that goes. It's a historic day for America. This day is the same day that we've rang in presidents for generations. So today is the day that we celebrate the peaceful transition of power. And regardless of your political affiliation, we can all be happy that that occurred. So I'm going to start with a little bit of trivia, and I'll have 3 questions. The first question is, do you know who was the president, outgoing president, 56 years ago today? Who knows that? Say it nice and loud. I have a prize. Right here, first answer, Eisenhower, correct. Snickers bar for the winning answer. The only Kansan, 8 years of service, amazing leader, happened to be a military guy. Second question, do you know who he transitioned leadership of our country to? Who said Kennedy nice and loud? Right back here. All right, we got a Snickers bar for the person who said JFK took it, and Truman is a frequent incorrect answer coming at you. All right. The third question, much tougher than the first two, is who is the gentleman in this photo? Who said that nice and loud? Are you a teacher? English degree. All right. So Robert Frost was the poet. Coming at you. Oh! I'm not a very good quarterback. That's my fault, not hers. So Robert Frost was 86 years old and he was asked to read a poem, and he was going to just recite it. He wrote a specific poem for the inauguration, and as fate would have it, it was typed up on a typewriter, and I won't ask anybody their age, but those of us have actually used typewriters with ribbon. We know that the ribbon can wear a little bit thin with the ink, and so the poem that he wrote for the inauguration was typed up on paper where the ribbon was wearing thin, and he couldn't read it. And so instead, he recited a poem from memory. And so I'm going to read that poem because I think it's relevant to what's happening here today. The poem is called The Gift Outright. The land was ours before we were the land's. She was our land more than 100 years before we were her people. She was ours in Massachusetts and Virginia, but we were England's, still colonials, possessing what we still were unpossessed by, possessed by what we now no more possessed. Something we were withholding made us weak until we found out that it was ourselves. We were withholding from our land of living and forthwith found salvation in surrender. Such as we were, we gave ourselves outright. The deed of gift was many deeds of war. To the land vaguely realizing westward, but still unstoried, artless, unenhanced. Such as she was, such as she would become. So why Robert Frost? He happens to be my favorite poet. I am an engineer by background. I have no English degree. I have no English minor. But I like Robert Frost because he had a tough upbringing. He was born in the 1870s in California. His father died when he was 11. And his mother brought him to Massachusetts, where he was the valedictorian of his high school class, and he went off to Dartmouth, didn't finish there, went to Harvard, didn't finish there, married his high school sweetheart, and they said, we need to make a future for ourselves, so they moved to New Hampshire and became farmers. And as it turns out, he was a terrible farmer. And so he struggled for 10 or 12 years, and he said, this isn't working, so he picked up and he moved his family to England. And it was in England that he truly flourished as a writer and was embraced. And so when World War I kicked off, he moved it because of safety. He moved his family back to the States. And he was only 40 years old at that time, but his literary prowess was then recognized. And so this literary genius with 0 college degrees was then bestowed upon him over the next 46 years of his life, 44 various honorary degrees from universities for his contributions to literature in America. So I like Robert Frost because he represents everything that America's about trying new things and failing and picking yourself up by your bootstraps. And he was a farmer in New Hampshire like my grandparents were, and so that's why I like him so much. And that poem that he read is about America, and it's about looking westward. And in 1851, when Fort Riley became Fort Riley, our nation was looking westward. And we said, we need some place where we are going to protect those that are going to go out on the frontier. And so for the next 160 years, the rest is history. Okay? Fort Riley's been important to America ever since. That's why I picked them to start off today. So as Gary said, I'm Charlie Parham. I'm a retired Air Force colonel. I've only been out of the service for a year and a half, so you can take the uniform off of me, but it's tough for me to take the military out. So I need to recognize some of the leaders here in the audience. We have Senator Hawk here. We have Representative Carlin here. We have Representative Phillips here. And then we have some distinguished senior leaders. We have Lieutenant General Wiggins here. We have Lieutenant General Dodson here. And we have the acting senior commander from the installation, General Frank. So let's give a welcome to those folks. So my presentation is going to be similar to what many of you have had to endure in the last 9 months when Matrix was involved, just so I get a sense, I'm going to do a quick poll. If you have met me before or seen me talk before, please raise your hand. And so I guessed it was going to be about that. That's about a third of the room. I apologize for that third of the room. This is going to be quite redundant. For the 2/3 of the room that haven't heard this, like Gary said, the Flint Hills Regional Council sought an OEA grant from the Department of Defense, so it's not the direct monies of the Flint Hills region. It's all of our money because it's our tax dollars, but it's being administered by DOD. So they got that, they hired us, and we performed this study. And so I'm going to tell you about the process that we went through, and then I'm going to talk to you about the results, and then we're going to have time for questions in there. And at the end, I'm going to talk to you, most importantly, about the recommendations, what our firm recommends that the region do to recover or improve. And I say recover because of the losses that have already occurred, but the reality is it's a very dynamic environment. So these are the topics that I'm going to talk about today. It's important that I'm not a one-man band. I happen to be the one person that came to represent our group, but we have a large group of folks. Our team is wonderful because it's half military and then it's half smart guys. And so I'll let you, and those things, they may overlap a little bit. Yeah, no problem, General. That may overlap a little bit, but we partnered with a group called Hexad Analytics, who are PhD level economists, and they really are the ones that get in there and do the nug work, the hard work to make sure that the analysis is done in a complete manner, because it's not easy. And then they work with us, because we partner with them because we can speak military, and it's a match made in heaven. So we have a very deep bench, and a lot of folks contributed to this effort. The 3 pictures there were the folks that most of you may have recognized from previous presentations. The handsome and powerful man at the top there, which one is that? Oh, that's me. Okay. All right. And, I'm totally kidding. Of course, Matt Schwab in the middle, he works with Matrix Design Group, but he is an economist. So he's the only non-engineer in our firm, but he is a jack of all trades when it comes to economist stuff. And he used to work for the person at the bottom, Dr. Rod Lewis, who runs Hexad Analytics. They used to work together at another organization in Florida, and so that is where that partnership started. And so we hired Rod and his team to help us on it. So the why Matrix? I'll go through this quickly. I said we have that military mix with the PhD level economists, but why us specifically? I think the number one reason is we had done this before. Anytime there's growth or loss, OEA gets involved. And Matrix Design Group has done a lot of growth management, and they've done a lot of loss management. And the most recent one that had been done in the States was at Fort Benning. They also lost the BCT, and we had the privilege of doing that. And so there were a lot of lessons to be learned, a lot of economies of scale, and so that enabled us to save the region some money, I think, and also bring that experience. The other things that Matrix does is, specifically in government consulting, is we help states and communities protect and grow their military missions. And so specifically Virginia, North Carolina, and Michigan are 3 of our clients right now. And so we work at the state level with the governor to do just that. In that instance, we partner with an advocacy firm, lobbyists. No one really likes that word, especially if you're not from D.C., but it's a reality of how things work in America. And having advocates for your position is very important. I'll talk about that a little later in the presentation. But we partner with those folks in that. So that also is some great experience that I think the council recognized. We do P4 work, public-private partnerships. The Air Force is ahead of the game when it comes to the services as far as those kind of things goes. I happen to be a garrison commander, my last job in the Air Force, And so I had led my organization through that with our community, so that's been really good for me. And so I was out at Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas. And so just a scope and scale, Fort Riley is 91,000 acres, so just shy of 100,000. Nellis Air Force Base is 2.9 million acres. And so it's the southern third of Nevada, and it's about half the size of New Hampshire if you're from the East Coast. And so it's a pretty big place. And so and then the number of folks assigned there is very similar to Fort Riley. So I understand the challenges that are faced there, and that helped us as we're going through this, because a lot of the interaction we had was with the installation, and they were fantastic. I will foot stomp this a couple different times. The installation was fantastic to work with, for always providing information, always being responsive. The flip side of that, the other important side, is the community, and the working with the stakeholders in the community, also fantastic. And it is not a stretch to say the best interaction that I've had, and I'm talking about all these different states and things like that. So all of you should be. And so the background on this, the structure 13 VCTs talks about what the projected end strengths are. And then over the last 9 months when we came out, I didn't change this slide because I wanted to offer the context here of the dynamic world in which we live in. When we started this, we were talking about ongoing discussions about the government maybe going down to 420 for the Army. And there's talk about BRAC and things like that. But fortunately for us, the NDAA that just got passed into law put the floor at 476,000 for the troop levels in the Army. So that is above what we had been talking about this last 9 months. So if you had heard me and thought it's more gloom and doom coming, maybe we're in a little bit better position than we were 6 months ago, and that's the floor right now. So the Army is about that number right now, so they don't have any more cuts. They don't have to do any more cutting right now. Does that mean that Riley should rest on its laurels? Absolutely not. Does that mean the community should rest on its laurels? No. But I just wanted to give the background of why this even happened, okay? It happened going back to 2011 in the Budget Control Act. And sequestration, that's the term. And so it was fiscal pressure that forced the services to reduce their investment. And they reduced it in the Army by eliminating 120,000 soldiers. All right. So view from the hill. This is the part that I think is new to even those that have heard this pitch before. I wanted to make sure, since I haven't, the last time I was out in the Flint Hills area was October, so certainly a lot has happened. Most importantly, what happened in November and then today changes the environment. But I wanted to talk about what's coming down the pike here. So we're operating, our government is operating under continuing resolution when it comes to the Department of Defense. And so all of the funding levels, that means all of the funding levels are staying the same. Okay? All I want, north, south, head nod. Yep. All right. Very good. Very good. Everybody gets that? So we extend those levels, maintaining the current budget cap. That's irrelevant. There's nothing too controversial in there. The good news is when they passed that, they also included MILCON in that, military construction. And so that's always good, because usually if you're operating under continuing resolution, you get no new starts of things like that. But they included MILCON, so that allows those things to move forward. The MILCON budget, here's the numbers in macro. And then I put at the bottom, it's important that things are maybe a little bit back to the future. The services have been directed to produce their unfunded priority lists. And why would they do that? They do that because there's certain factions up on the Hill that want to bring back the earmark process. Okay? Earmarks can be construed as a negative thing. I had my time on Capitol Hill as a young major. I understand the way it works. I'm not advocating one way or the other. I'm just going to tell you that earmarks are grease. or grease in a process that is very cumbersome. And so that little graphic in the bottom right, it shows what tiny slice of the pie earmarks would be if it came to, if this was reenacted into law and congressmen could make that happen. Well, what does that really mean? It means that it's all the more important for your representatives to get involved in the right places, on the Armed Services Committee, on appropriations, and things like that. Okay? That's what that means. Because if earmarks come back, when you have members on those committees, they hold power, and they hold a little bit of a purse string. And so that's the background there. So what does it mean for Kansas? These are the on the active duty side. These are the things that are coming down the pike here for Kansas, and you see Fort Riley is on there, so that's good news. There's plenty of other work that will happen. This isn't the only project that's going to happen at Fort Riley. I'll let General Frank tell all about that. There's going to be a ton of things that happen routinely to maintain that large installation, but this was the one MILCON. All right, so back to the process. Very simple to do this effort. Not much to it. 5 steps. Come out here, kick it off, meet everybody that we need to. Then we get into the data collection process, which you do a lot of research before you even come out. Then you come out and you collect the data. You have those high-paid smart dudes to do the analysis. And then you step back and say, what does the analysis tell us? And you come up with recommendations. We worked with everyone in the communities to validate along the way, validate the data that was going in, validate the analysis, and most importantly, validate the recommendations. Do these make sense? So we came out and we had a number of touch points, public meetings. We did them in Junction City. We did them in Manhattan. We went all over. We did them in a number of small locations. I think my favorite, I'll tell you my favorite place here in a second, and it's neither in Manhattan or Junction City. The Donut Hole in Clay Center, I think. Anybody from Clay Center here? Yeah? All right, very good. Tasty Pastry, that's it. The Tasty Pastry. Anyway, so we had meetings all over, and we incorporated the input from the community. And more importantly, the community got to give us feedback along the way because, make no mistake, a small team of folks does not have all the answers. And so there were plenty of changes along the way. So this specific project said, okay, they're going to have to undergo some cuts at Fort Riley. What is that going to mean to the region? I'll talk about the definition of the region in a minute. And then the what-if scenarios. What if they lost more? What if they lost even more and even more? 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, and then develop recommendations. So you can see the sub-bullets there are the 5 counties that were included. I know that depending on where you live, there are probably people in this room that don't live in one of those 5 counties. Am I correct? Raise your hand if you're part of the Flint Hills greater area, but not one of those 5 counties. 1. That's less than I thought. Okay, so that's good. So everybody here is almost. We'll ask why they're all looking at you. So anyway, this was the definition that the Flint Hills Regional Council gave to us. We know that there are many different ways that you can carve out which counties are going to be included, and certainly there are soldiers from Fort Riley living in more than these 5 counties. But this is the predominant impact area. That's why it was selected. And then you have those additional municipalities that they asked us to look at. So Gary, when he introduced, he mentioned the website, FlintHillsCIAR.com. If you want to see any of the data, if you're having any trouble sleeping at all, go to FlintHillsCIAR.com. There is more information than you ever wanted to know. It's really, I'm very proud of it, proud to put our company stamp on it. It's got a lot of information out there. I encourage you to go. Okay, that's objectives. Here was the study area. As an example of what I was talking about, Dickinson County wasn't originally included in what they asked us to look at. And when we got in and started looking at the numbers and dealing with the stakeholders, we went back and said, hey, we need to include Dickinson County. There's a significant population of folks here, both active and retirees or veterans. that are living down there, so you want to understand the impact in that area. And then we also added another municipality. I forget which one it is off the top of my head. So the process, as I said, there was a detailed literature review. We go out and look at all these demographics and data. And then we use a piece of software called REMI-PI. And like I said, I am not the economist, so I'm going to tell you what that acronym stands for here. The Regional Economic Modeling Incorporated, that's REMI, that's the company. And then PI is Policy Insight. And so these guys have the market captured when it comes to this type of analysis. They are the gold standard. That's why we use them. It's a very expensive thing to use. We have to pay for the privilege to use their software, but it's a dynamic input model that is able to look at situations like this over time and see how these stimulus to the economy change over time. Okay? And so that's why we went with that piece of software. So the way this analysis works, it's important to understand that you look at these changes in isolation. Okay? The BCT was cut at Fort Riley, but they didn't lose everybody out of the BCT. What happened was they lost about 2,345 soldiers. The rest of the folks were absorbed into other BCTs on the installation. So they got a little healthier as that one BCT went away. And then you have the 2,300 soldiers, and then you have about 3,000 dependents, their families. So you have all these folks that were forced to make a decision, what am I going to do with my life? Am I going to stay here in the wonderful Flint Hills region? Or am I going to go back home? Or am I going to go where I get a job or whatever? And all of those things have already happened. That happened in 2015 and 2016 for the vast majority. So this is a very unique analysis in that it's looking backwards. These changes have already occurred. I'm sure some of you are probably thinking, really? So this isn't looking forward? No, it's kind of looking backward, which is very unusual. Usually these kind of studies look forward and you try to shape the future going forward. This is trying to look backwards and say this is what happened. So this is why we look at this one individual act in isolation. So you'll hear me talk about the economic impact of the loss of these folks out of your community. But remember, it's a dynamic world out there. You got new neighbors, there were new jobs created, there were all kinds of things happening in the region, but we look at this in isolation because it helps you of that are in the region. And doing this analysis, we're going to get into the details. You're going to understand the impact of the defense economy on the region. That's what looking at it in isolation does for you. So it's pretty important to understand that. So to do that, you have to get a baseline of data. You have to understand, okay, where are we starting this? Because it's somewhat arbitrary. You could pick any point in time, and start from there. We picked the FY14 personnel numbers to work from as the baseline. And so you'll see a chart coming up here as we talk about what the numbers look like out at Fort Riley. And then, as I've already mentioned a little bit, we work with a number of stakeholders. When any economy, as you all probably know, just as well, if not better than me, any economy is comprised of a number of different things. In specific, one of the important things that we talked about everywhere we went was education. That's a big part of the economy, and it's a big part of the lives of the people that choose whether or not they stay in the Flint Hills area. The education that people are getting there is top-notch, and so I don't imagine anybody would choose to leave the Flint Hills area because of educational opportunities, whether it's primary, secondary, you name it. There's plenty of great opportunities. So the drawdown, as I said, it's mostly occurred. FY15 was about 1,500 of it. Then FY16, and everybody knows when I'm talking about a fiscal year, I'm talking about October, 1 October through 30 September. So those things are all done. And then this year, we are in fiscal year 17 right now, 882 of those remaining soldier authorizations are going away. They may have already departed the area. It may already be done. So if you're thinking about your business and you're worried about what's going to happen tomorrow, these are things that have already occurred. So I don't know if you feel like it was a big hit to your economy or not. Maybe you're thinking, I didn't even notice. You know, depending on what business you're in, you may not have noticed. But I'm going to show you what the impact is when you look at it through a detailed lens of analysis. So here, I'm going to pause here. Doing all right. We're half hour in. Thank you for standing up. I'm going to pause for questions up to this point because I have an hour and a half. No one wants to hear me talk for an hour and a half straight. So I'll try to stop now, and then I'll stop again in about a half an hour, and then we'll get 3 different opportunities for questions. So any questions about the process or the background or Robert Frost or if the Patriots are going to win this weekend or anything like that? Any questions? Okay, Packers are going to win. That's a comment, not a question, sir. Yes, sir.
Will you tell us the real truth about Area 51?
No. So that was a little bit of a softball, but it was also a little uncomfortable. It was asking me my opinion about the political situation we're facing, but you brought in General Madison, so I'll focus in on that. I think, right, the money side. So the president who has said he's going to grow the military is a retired 4-star. And so my opinion is we're going to see very strong increasing defense budgets over the coming years. The challenge will then be, just like every time there is an increase or a reduction, where does that come from? Because if you say, if you tell your child, I'm going to give you a bigger allowance, you know, telling them how to spend that it becomes somewhat of a challenge. So telling the military have a full understanding of capability versus capacity or things like that. Inevitable challenge. People, we need more things, more organized. But I think it's a positive sign. In total, I think it's a positive sign for military-related things. It certainly does not take BRAC off the table. We have a president who has prided himself on being a smart businessman, meaning efficiency is going to be a big deal. And right now, our military is not being very efficient. We have 25% excess capacity of facilities across the services. So our Department of Defense, the people in uniform and the civilian leaders, have asked for a round of BRAC 5 years in a row, and it's been said, they said no, no, no. And so it could be very likely that to become more efficient, that we do have a BRAC round. And so when you get to some of these recommendations and discussion about I'll say we, everybody in the room, what are we going to do about it to protect Fort Riley, that gets to, I don't think BRAC's going away, and I think the department's budgets. Good question, sir. Next question. Yes, ma'am.
You talk about deductions on military. What about the civilians that work of these people on the deduction of their deployment?
Of their deployment?
Well, I meant when you decrease the
right.
The
so this chart shows the civilian numbers as well as the military numbers. It's very difficult to read, and I apologize for that. The top line there is the military numbers over time. The bottom line is the Department of Defense civilians that are employed out on the installation. And so, are you asking for my opinion or the Department of Defense's position? Both. I'll let General Frank give the Department of Defense's position. My opinion is there's going to be significant challenge on those that are stationed at higher headquarters, especially in Washington, D.C., as there will be continued pressure to be more efficient there. But at the installation level, it still requires a fairly predictable and consistent number of people to take care of an installation. And so I believe that while there may be small fluctuations, you see that line, the blue line at the bottom, is pretty flat. You know, it would be significant, of course, to any of the 1 or 2 or 3 or 50 that over time had lost their jobs. That, of course, is very significant to those individuals. But in total, pretty flat requirement at Fort Riley for civilian, DoD civilians. That's my opinion. Good question. Next question. All right. Did you have one, ma'am? Or are you just waving at me? All right, we're good. I'm going to move on. That's good. So we break it up a little bit. I still have more Snickers bars. Don't worry, we'll get to that later. All right. So the personnel counts, we just lost that. That wasn't me. It wasn't the Russians. We'll get it back. Maybe. All right, I'm going to go back. She doesn't, she's looking at me. I don't know, she says. That's all right. We'll get there. And I have to still go back. Wow. Exciting. Sorry, I apologize. So the high water mark for folks on the installation soldiers was back in FY11, I think it was, at just under 19,000. So historically looking at it, you know, we got the big red one that went away and then came back. And so in BRAC 2005, when legislation said you will bring them back, that was a significant emotional event for the Flint Hills region, and it brought back about nearly $2 billion of construction to the area, and it almost doubled the size of the installation as far as personnel counts goes, and so it was significant. It was very important, and so then you see this slight tail, and then the period that is light pink there is the period that we looked at, and so those are the cuts that they asked us to analyze. All right, so this chart was the most important one. I'm totally kidding. So she doesn't know why this happened. We went through it before, and it was all good. This is good. All right, so I'll tell you about procurement spending. So when you do an economic analysis, you look at 3 different spending flows. You look at what is the money that people get paid, the personnel spending flows there. You look at procurement flows. What is the money that comes in via contract, whether it be something significant like construction money, or whether it be the utility bills or service contracts on the installation. So you look at procurement, and then you look at transfer payments. Transfer payments are monies that goes to veterans, whether it be for direct compensation, whether it be for medical, or whether it be for education benefits, things like that. So there's 3 spending flows. I may ask that question later as a quiz. Just remember the number 3 and you'll be good. So the first one that I wanted to talk about was procurement, and it's broken into a couple different areas. Let's see if we get a chart here. So this is a little subset here. So procurement spending out at the installation over time. And so my first comment here is when we did our analysis, and we have the good fortune that we've done it at a number of different places. If you took off the name Fort Riley and you put on another installation that also had big changes, positive changes in 2005 BRAC, these curves look the same. This is consistent with other installations. So you saw a big spike of that blue bar is so high because of the construction. And then you see this significant drop off. So now you see procurement spending down at about $50 million a year out at Fort Riley, or in the region, excuse me. And then let's go to, this is the expenditures by county. So everybody lives in these. We already established that. So take a quick look at this. And this is where the dollars are being spent, where the work is actually performed. And I know that there's questions about this in the past because of the nature of the installation crossing county lines. This, we can only work with what we get. So quality data in gives quality data out. And I am very confident in the totals, but but where the work was actually performed, I'm not sure. I certainly don't believe that 99% of it was done there at Geary County. I think that Riley certainly would have had more of that, but this is the way it was reported to us. But the total number there is pretty darn significant. Can I ask you all to pull up maybe the PDF version, and that'll solve this. And so I will. So the next area we're going to talk about is veterans expenditures, about transfer payments, and this is the money chart. Okay, this is the thing that I think is most impactful to the region, and so when they get that pulled up, will be good. We are now. Everybody stand up. Shake it out. Shake it out. All right. Congratulations. We have everybody still awake. That's a good sign. All right. Have a seat and we'll get back at it. Maybe shake the hand of the person next to you. Congratulate them for making it this far. All right, so as I said, this to me is my favorite chart to talk about because it talks about veterans. So raise your hand in the room if you are a veteran. All right, all right. So I asked that because I need to make sure that I'm not confusing everybody or anybody or mixing up terms. I'm going to talk about two different groups. One is a subset of the other. If you served in the military, you become a veteran. If you served a full career in the military, you can become a retiree. I'm going to talk about those two. Of course, retirees are a subset of veterans. So this chart shows two different things. It shows where the money was spent, and it shows how many veterans you have. So let's first talk macro. In America, veterans population is declining by about 1% a year. Okay? Why? We have an aging veteran population. Folks who served in Korea, Vietnam, they're passing away at a pretty quick rate. And so overall in the country, decline of 1%. The red line on that chart is what the veteran population in this area has done over the last 8 years. And the upward trend is a good sign. So the specific numbers there, so you all have about 16,700 vets in the Flint Hills region. The vet growth went from about 14,000 up to that number, so that's about 300 veterans a year that are choosing to be in the Flint Hills region. It doesn't mean it was always someone from Fort Riley that chose to stay. This is just veterans, so it could have been a veteran that was serving somewhere else, that had previously lived there, they came back or something like that. This is just the pure veteran numbers, and so that's about 300 a year. The installation sends about 3,000 Americans back into the world every year through either retirements or separations. Someone enlists for a 4, 6, 8-year period, whatever it is they served, and if they're all done, they get to choose. They're veterans, and out at Fort Riley, 3,000 people a year are making a decision. Where am I going to live? What am I going to do? How am I going to provide for my family? So remember back to the beginning, our study only looked at 2,300. Well, so we're doing the economics on 2,300. Every year, there's about 3,000, plus all their dependents, that are going to make a similar decision. So any of these economic impacts we're talking about, I want you to think about it in those terms. This is something that is occurring kind of continuously. You know, if someone transitions out, they decide to leave, General Frank gets a new soldier behind them. And so but there is a churn that happens. So there's 16,700 total. Well, let's look at the left side at the dollars. What does this bring in to the region? About $145 million associated with veterans. That's about $9,000 per veteran. So if you have person A, that is just a regular educated civilian that's looking for a job, and you have person B, that is an educated soldier looking for a job, in your community, you're going to get about $9,000 more coming in if someone's a veteran, if you hire that veteran. And so that money may not go directly into your business, but it's going into the region, and then that veteran is going to choose how they expend some of that money. Maybe some of it's medical, and they don't get a choice on how they expend it, or maybe they're going to school, and it's going to go to the educational institution. But there's a big chunk there, that bottom orange chunk, I believe, is the compensation, their direct compensation. So it's impossible for you all to read. The bottom chunk is the direct compensation. The gray chunk in the middle is the medical, and then absolutely can't be overlooked is the yellowish chunk near the top, and that is the educational benefits that veterans are taking advantage of. The post 9/11 GI Bill was the most consequential benefit change in decades for military people, and so our country is seeing that now, and it all comes through the VA, and so there are tens of millions are flowing into your area because of the post 9/11 GI Bill. That's what that's showing you right there. So then let's look at the subset. If we're on the right one here. So this is it by county. And interestingly, that previous Treasury information showed everything skewed towards Geary County. This shows the distribution of veterans by county, how many you have, and how much money is associated with them. And so, no surprise, Geary and Riley have the larger numbers there, but everyone else has a fair amount of veterans in their area as well, and then you get those spending flows associated. So that's veteran. Now let's talk subset. Retirees. If you serve 20 years in the military, you can retire with what civilians asked me. They said, Charlie, you're retired with full benefits? Yes, full benefits means you're going to get a annuity check every month until you expire. And so for veterans, for retirees, these numbers are different. So the blue line is the retiree number that's grown in the Flint Hills region, and that number has grown from about 2,000 to 3,600. So there's 3,700 vets total, and there's $91 million associated with these 3,700 people. So I'm going to go backwards just for a second. So you had these numbers for veterans, $9,000 a veteran, and you go forward to someone who's a retiree. If you can retain retirees, $25,000, $26,000, $27,000 per retiree. That's where your money is. You have someone who is educated, they're in their late 30s, early 40s, they're ready to work hard, and then on top of that, on top of being a contributor to the workforce, they bring in $28,000 extra a year to your economy. So that's the target. So what is actually happening here in your area is you all have retained about 200 to 250 over the last 8 years. Leave the installation a year. About 8% of those are retirees. So not very many people make it to retirement. It's a long, hard road. And so 90% of those are just people that are getting out of the service. That's the $9,000 per. You get 8%, that is the big winner, big money. Okay? So who is actually choosing to stay? It's about the same proportion, but it's only about 300 people a year. About 300 people a year are choosing to stay in the Flint Hills region. that serve. Okay? So my comment is, you don't, and we're going to get into this when we get into the recommendations, you don't have to move the needle very far to have a significant economic impact on the region. If you're only retaining 10% now, 300 out of 3,000 that are making the decision, and you change that to 11%, it becomes 330. You get 30 more veterans a year. Well, that's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars more coming into your economy just by moving the needle a little bit. And so when we get into the recommendations, we'll talk about how I think that you should go about doing that. All right, so here's the breakdowns of retirees. As I said, that's 91 million for this small number of retirees. So when you see a retiree, thank them. They're contributing to your economy. All right. So here's the money chart here. I'm going to come down so I can see it. Can you even read that? Anybody have eye surgery in the back that can read this? No? I can read it. It's not too bad. So gross domestic product is the general... Oh, that was brutal. Sorry. Gross domestic product is the general measure of an economy. And so we just talked about those three spending flows, the personnel, the procurement, and the transfer payments. And I highlighted in orange the numbers that I think matter most, okay? And that's the GDP. That's those contributions to the GDP. The Fort Riley community is dominated by personnel counts. Not every military installation looks like this. If you go to, for instance, Eglin Air Force Base in the Panhandle of Florida, where there's a lot of scientific and technical and research-oriented, the numbers are flip-flopped, where the procurement spending, contract spending, is so outsized versus the personnel numbers. But here in the Flint Hills region at Fort Riley, each soldier makes the difference. That is where the money's coming in. So you see these totals, these are in millions, so that's $4 billion are accounted for by the personnel out at Fort Riley. $4 billion. And then when you look at procurement and transfer payments, 85 and 65 million. So it's the number of people that matter. So you want to retain every person you have, every unit you have, and then you want to grow. You want to get more of it. So then here's the total. So here's the total economic impact of the defense economy on the Flint Hills region. $4.5 billion. So how big is the overall economy in the Flint Hills region? About $10 billion. So if you remember nothing else from what I talked about, I want you to remember Robert Frost. But if you remember one thing from the details, I want you to remember that 45% of the economy in the Flint Hills region is coming from defense. 45%. I like the round numbers. I rounded up to half. Okay? It's a big number. It's a very big number. 45%. All right. The second part of the study, and I'm going to go over these quite quickly, fortunately for you all, was looking at these scenarios, the what-if scenarios. Caveat, no one leave the room and go home and say, Fort Riley's losing more soldiers. That is not happening. They asked us to study the what-if scenarios of 1,000, 2,000, or 3,000, but given the fact that there was just a cap put on, a floor put in on soldiers in the 2017 NDAA, this is a little bit less likely to happen, but it's still interesting to see what the numbers would turn out to, because it's instructive to see it going to the future. So this is the personnel reductions that we studied, and you see it by county. And then as we did the study, we had to say, okay, how are we going to look at this? If we're going to lose 1,000 people, well, when would they lose 1,000? And 9-10 months ago when we started this, we said if there was a BRAC, and if it happens in 2019, those losses would begin in about 2020. And so 5 years, that 5-year period, 20 to 25 is what we looked at. So this is what the losses of personnel would look like. And then in the bottom, maybe it's good that you can't read those numbers because that'll force you to go to the website if you really want to see the numbers by county of where those losses would occur, further losses. But you could get this for any of the three scenarios and then the reality as well. You see where those folks came from. And so there's the 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000, and that's the personnel losses by county. And then we get to, I'm going to talk about this chart, but I'm going to go to the next thing real quick. So what is the impact of these losses? This chart is the money chart. If you're going to remember a secondary thing, the first thing was $4.5 billion, $10 billion economy. Got it? You got it. All right. So what does the loss of 2,300 soldiers and their families mean? It means $580 million over the period from the start 15 to 19. That's about 6% of that overall economy. Okay? Remember, this study just looks at it in isolation. We know a lot of changes happened. There were a lot of different things that occurred, but this is looking at that in isolation. I don't know if your business went down 6%. If you were purely a military business, maybe it did. But that's it in isolation. So those three things that I talked about, the 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 losses, it's not a linear effect. The number on the right, if they were to lose another 3,000 people at Fort Riley, $1.3 billion. That's a huge hit to an economy that's only a $10 billion economy. When you get into the teens, then it starts to be that tipping point where it can get on a little bit steeper of a ramp instead of something linear. And so why do we show this? Why do we talk about it? One, we were paid to do it. Two, it's important to talk about because protecting the installation is the most important thing you could do from a regional perspective. Helping the state keep that installation there and keep it strong. All right. So we're in. I am going to pause here for questions about those economics before I get into some of the other areas like education. Yes, sir. Sorry, I caught the mic people off guard. Right here. We'll take a few, and then we'll stand up again, and then we'll get it back after.
First of all, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
This is fascinating, but what am I missing on the math? If it's a $4.5 billion impact per year, and we divide that over 15,000 or 16,000 active duty, we come up with about $300,000 per year per active duty member. So where's the rest coming? That's impossible. And I'm not questioning data. I'm asking what am I doing wrong? Is it do veterans have a much bigger impact than the active duty, or I'm just taking very high level numbers. $4.5 billion divided by active duty, and it's $300,000 per year.
Correct. So we can go back, and instead of doing $4.5 billion, let's look at here the 4.3, and if there were 17 or 18,000 soldiers, that's what you're telling me is 300,000.
Divided by 15,000.
So the cost of a member, just like in a business, my business now, my multiplier is about 2.8. So the cost for the soldier is not his salary. The cost of a soldier to the United States government includes the lifetime impact and health care impact, and then you add on top of that all the contracts to support that soldier being there and things like that. That's probably the best answer I can give. I don't know how accurate it is. Thank you. It is a lot of money, and it contributes significantly to the economy. Yes, ma'am. It's coming.
I was wondering if, as you're looking at the 2,300 or 3,000, however many separating military, if you considered what their pay is from the military and their benefits and how that compares to local available jobs, and are they, to stay in the area, you have to make enough money to be able to cover your expenses that you already have. So let's say you live off base already, you have your home and your vehicles and everything. Can they get paid enough to maintain their standard of living with the skills that they come out of the military with?
This is Charlie Parham's opinion, and there'll be a fair amount of facts in there. The cold reality of soldiers or any military member transitioning out of the service right now is they are compensated very well in the service. And people that serve in general are not being able to replace their income. And so what that drives is a lot of people choose to go home, wherever home is for them, because maybe they have a little bit more of a security blanket, unless they've secured a job that will help them get back to a quality of living. And so the answer to your question is no. Since 9/11, military pay has very generously increased. I know in the last few years that's flattened quite a bit, but by every measure, military folks are being compensated very fairly. And I would defer to those still in uniform to answer that. Maybe, is there anything you'd add to that, General Frank? Coming. She's running.
Ma'am, thanks for the question. Our soldiers are paid well, but I would also tell you that they're deploying every other year for 9 or 12 or 15 months. So there's a reason that our soldiers are paid well. We're the best military in the world. As they transition, it is a tough thing for a soldier who day one basic training got off a bus and was scared about the team they were going to join, but they quickly become a part of that. Leaving that team, the military, the U.S. Army, the 1st Infantry Division, is tough to do, even if you're going to stay in a welcoming community like the Flint Hills. They have to be able to transition their skill sets, and we think with our Soldier for Life program that we can find the right types of jobs. We're working with the Secretary of Commerce here in the state of Kansas. We've had several meetings with him. We've gone up to the Capitol in Topeka, sat in his office. General Wiggins came up with us as the liaison to the governor, and we're working on that. So a soldier could transition from Fort Riley, the 1st Infantry Division, and go back into the community, live in Manhattan, Junction City, or any of the areas in the Flint Hills, and have the same type of salary set. But we need assistance from the community on ensuring that we find the right job skill match with these soldiers. They are highly qualified. They may not have an associate's or a bachelor's degree, but they are highly qualified and would make a great fit in your business, in your community, because they have a will to work, they're dedicated, and they come out with Army values. So that's what you'd be paying for if you brought them in. Otherwise, they'll make the decision to go home, and as Charlie said, they quite often do.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought for a second there I was going to fear giving up the microphone. You got to always worry about giving a microphone to a general officer. Right, General Dodson, you back there? All right, so thank you for the questions. I'm not going to take any more at the moment because I realize I need to get to the recommendations. That's where I really want to spend my time. So here are the education impacts. This is all on that wonderful website that you can go to. But when you lose a few thousand soldiers out of the organization, the number of folks that left the school system, and Bill Clark could tell you this better than me, but it's over 1,000 students in the area. And so that's significant. Then you see if it ramped up and went 1,000, 2,000, or 3,000 more. And then in the bottom is the fiscal impact of that in millions. And so it's not insignificant that way either. And so these, I'm happy to take any questions about this at the end. but the economic numbers for education are important, and it's important for you all to understand. Next is the personnel reductions, economic impacts of the personnel reductions, and then you see in these 4 different areas, our economists did some great work. I am not the economist, so I will let these numbers stand for themselves. When you lose soldiers that used to buy cars, everybody has to have a car. There's going to be a hit to that. So how much less taxes is the area you're going to take in? About almost 5% less in automobile tax collections. And this is, again, just looking at this one thing in isolation. You know, there may have been other changes to the area that made up for that, but that's the impact due to this one thing. Then you get the retail sales tax collection numbers going down, the food and service going down a little bit less, and then finally the impacts on bed taxes. That's, of course, the hotels bringing folks in and out down slightly. And that is all model-driven. I do not have the details in my head, and nor do I have the complexity of the models in my head, but on our website, all of those answers are yours. All right, so the one number I want to point out here, highlighted in orange there, is the total impact of the assessed values on property, so on housing. So if you look at this loss of soldiers in isolation, the total impact on assessed values now, is a loss of 1.76%. So that doesn't mean that your home value went down that. Maybe in total your home value has gone up over the last 2 years. But what this is pointing out is in isolation, it would have gone up 1.7% more had this not occurred, because you would have had a larger supply for a smaller demand. And that's about as deep as I can get into that with my level of knowledge. And the bottom part is talking about how that's shared out among the categories of residential, rentals, and commercial. All right, now here we are to the last few slides. I know everybody's saying, whew. So I'm going to talk about 11 recommendations. I'll talk about them in 3 areas. The first is state level. So you guys are just a little old Flint Hills region. These are things that I'm saying that I think that you all should advocate happen at the state level. You're fortunate to have General Wiggins here in the room, who is your state level military, the Governor's Military Council rep. And so, fortunately, he's seen this before, so I'm not surprising him. Surprises are generally bad. And so, the first one, of course, most important, is to continue to work at that state level to expand your defense economy. So what does that really mean? We expand on it in the actual report. It means we think that the state should undergo a robust analysis across the state. Why? Because you get economy of scale, and no one cares more than your governor about all things military related. And what we've seen in the other states that we do this, Michigan, Virginia, North Carolina, is that when you assess other installations, not just Fort Riley, that it talks about the importance at the state level, and then the state is more likely to continue to invest in your economy to help you protect your installation. So state level work. That includes advocacy, like we talked about before. You cannot do that kind of thing. You cannot affect change in Washington, D.C. without lobbyists. If you all want something to happen, whether it's to get a new unit or to expand airspace or to prevent encroachment, those things happen in D.C. and that requires advocacy. So it's not a 4-letter word. It's not a bad thing. It's a necessary thing. The second thing, the state has already done, and you all, this group has done a lot of great work. I looked at the website from last year, and you all voted, I know, on what you think is most important and things like that. And this is not, I'm not breaking much new ground here. The state has already done a significant amount of look into economic development efforts. Part of that included doing some supply chain analysis, and we recognize that capitalizing on that is a significant opportunity, so that's why we made it our second recommendation is that we think that you should leverage that data that was collected to conduct an economic impact of the overall defense economy. Remember, these are statewide. And then finally is developing a congressional plan. Because you have only one federal representative that is a veteran, because you have senators that are reps, you have one on approach, but no one on armed services. If they don't know, they don't know. So you need a plan that says, hey, congressional delegation, we're going to go visit Fort Riley every year. And it needs to be a transparent plan that everybody knows about, and then there's touch points along the way. It's not just a single visit. And so having a published, transparent congressional engagement plan is important. All right. Then we get to the regional. So I know that Bill Clark talked about this in the previous presentation, talking about P4 opportunities. I'm glad I have it emboldened here, community-led P4. So the services have, in general, all been made aware and have looked at, asked their garrison leadership to look at how can you partner to save money for your installation. How can you reduce your costs? Well, what I'm saying is you as a community need to come together and have a facilitated effort. Because right now, if you have a group of people doing it, I've seen these things fail when they don't have someone that's there to do the nug work. You need someone to set the meetings, you need someone to keep an agenda, you need someone to keep the trains running on time, and you want someone that has experience helping the Army, especially in this case, but helping the services navigate the wickets, because the wickets are pretty challenging depending on what it is you want to do. And I don't even know what the opportunities are. I heard what they had said, or some of them. But my point is, until you get into it, you won't know. And getting experience to help you is what this recommendation is all about. But if you read it in the report, it has to be community-led. That is where the success is going to lay, because the installation has good intentions, but they have their own interests in mind. Okay? And it needs to come together in that area. Okay. Wait. I went too fast. Next is to do a skills gap analysis. So you all may have a general sense of who's coming out of the military, what they have to offer, and what you need in the community. But there are pros that can do it better than any of us individually can. And when you understand what the gap is between what you need and what you have available to you, then you can take action and decide how you're going to solve it. And so that's what this recommendation is all about. Goes hand in hand, the next one, increasing career readiness and training for those that are separating. The community, if they want to retain more veterans, if they want to move that needle ever so slightly, it's going to have to make it attractive to those soldiers. It is a tough sell from the standpoint that we know that they may maybe not able to replace their income. And so then they're faced with a tough choice. And my message there, and you'll see some of the words in the full report, are this needs to start on day one, helping plant seeds with every soldier out there. If you want them to choose to stay in the Flint Hills region when they're done serving their country, you need to tell them that from day one and give them opportunities to learn what goes on in the community. They have a fantastic transition assistance program out at the installation, and I'm not throwing anybody under the bus here. They don't care where they work. They just want them to get a job. You all want them to get a job in the Flint Hills region. And so there is an opportunity there to work together. They have industry days where maybe they'll bring in Amazon, or they'll bring in IBM, or they'll bring in the Border Patrol, and they'll have a specific job fair with them. Well, I know the installation would be amenable to having the local job fair as well, where folks can come and learn more about it. Because every single one of you needs to be an advocate for the Flint Hills region. You all need to put that mayor hat on and say, you want to live here, because you know that everyone that you retain more is helping your overall economy. All right, the bottom one on that regional is leverage the comparative advantages. And I want to read something. This is our economist writing this, so I want to make sure I don't screw it up. This is about doing a shift-share analysis. A share-shift analysis, excuse me. What portion of the work that needs to be done can be done or is being done in your area. So I will think of the example of if a particular industry grew, if tourism grew over the last few years and it outpaced national growth, you all want to understand why that happened. Because understanding why it happened will help you make decisions on changes that you then could recruit to keep going in the positive areas where you have an outsized share of a certain market. That's what that recommendation is all about. Final few, developing a regional economic development fund. I was so encouraged to hear the discussion earlier about what's happening regionally. I don't care what that group is called. It is irrelevant to me, but the fact that you all are working together to say we do need to invest as a collective is certainly a positive thing, and you can certainly do more collectively than you can do individually. That's what that's about. The next one is talking about the Flint Hills Regional Council. You have this organization, which is currently a soldier of one, that can do a lot for you all if they are properly staffed. There's been a number of studies that's been funded from Washington, D.C. that have a number of wonderful recommendations. But if you don't have a team of people to help execute those recommendations, they don't just happen by themselves. And so hiring the right folks to help influence change going forward, that is spending pennies to get dollars. And it's worth it. And then it plays right into the last one, and that's the joint land use study. That's ongoing. The region received a grant for that, and that study's happening right now. A joint land use study talks about compatible development. Some people call it encroachment, worrying about encroachment if you're on the military side. I call it compatible development because both sides need to be happy with that equation. And there are scenarios where you can work together to have development that happens near the installation that does not encroach upon their missions, and it improves the local economy. Okay? That's what that's all about. And so when that study is complete, if there's not someone on the regional council or part of a regional group to help implement those recommendations, it's going to be a paperweight. And so that's what the details in there are talking about. All right. So let's get to questions. I only have about 10 more minutes. Mike's coming. Or just be really loud. Oh. What industries might be interested?
Hi.
So the question was, what industries have an employment pool that may be interested in veterans? And so I'll answer that two ways. There's everyone can be interested in veterans because of the foundation upon which they are based. Where the transitioning members want to go is a better question, or a different question. If you build it, they will come. For instance, we do part of our analysis, and I think I might have bypassed this slide. Let me see if I can get to it. This slide right here. Our really high-paid economists say, okay, where do the opportunities lie? So you have all the work, and I'm sorry, the words are terribly small. I will make sure to read them to you. They did an analysis where they said, where are we importing work into the Flint Hills region? So these are things that need to happen, but it's being performed by outsiders. And so when you look at that, it reveals where are the opportunities that we could grow locally to do our own work. And the two areas that stand out the most are professional, scientific, and technical services. And so that is not only degreed folks. There's all kinds of different scientific things. So I'll use NBAF as an example. As NBAF comes online, there's going to be first-tier suppliers, second-tier suppliers. There's going to be labs that are supporting that. It's not all going to happen insulated. There's going to be opportunities all around. And working together to say, okay, when you do the analysis of the gap between the skills, you'll say, we need this to support these, say, second-tier suppliers or labs that are going to support NBAF. And this is what the soldiers have to offer. And this is where training can occur to guarantee those folks a job. I'll use Caterpillar as an example. Caterpillar has a program right now where they are saying that if you go through this training, soldier, and you graduate, you will get a job. That type of thing could happen with any other company, with NBAF or anybody, where there are scientific-related jobs that would then be performed locally. And then the second area in there where there's the most opportunity, so says our economist team, is in manufacturing. That may be a little bit more challenging because of the capital investment required to bring in some manufacturing, but that's what the analysis supports. Good question. Yes, ma'am.
I'm wondering if you're aware there's a project from the Midwest Higher Education Compact that I've been working on that's looking at the articulation of military skills and academic credit. We're picking on the low-hanging fruit to start with, but it would be the military vehicle repair person, the EMT at Fort Riley, the human resource person, and criminal justice. Taking those skills and looking at how to give those credits 9, 12 hours so they don't have to start out fresh when they get out of the military, that they can be close to having a certificate from a VOTEC school or the community college. Kansas, through the Kansas Board of Regents, is becoming one of the leaders in the Midwest in leading that role. And I think it's something that's going to continue to grow. And I think it's one of our answers to help retain those folks here in our community.
Very well said, and I couldn't agree more. And most importantly, you're getting the north-south head nod from the senior commander on the installation. He's aware that that's happening, which means he's talking about it to his leaders, and it will filter down. So thank you for that. That's exactly the kind of things that should be happening. Next question. Yes, sir.
On your housing study, I was interested if you guys have done an analysis or anything, because as downsizing of the military downsizes, we've privatized housing on post. And the housing is very good housing on post. And with downsizing, there seems to be more availability of housing, so that means there's less people moving off post or living in apartments or even buying houses or renting houses. Did you do any analysis on what the impact on housing in the areas when it downsized, or what effect has it had on the privatization of housing? And if it's full, because I've heard also they have a waterfall out there where almost anybody could come back and rent one of those units if it's still empty.
The answer to your question is yes, we did that analysis. And I talked very quickly, and I apologize due to time. I didn't get into too many details there on housing. But in the full report, there's pages and pages talking about that. We looked both on base and off. We are aware that the installation is in Waterfall and what that means to those that have never lived. Not anymore? Thank you, General. We'll get the better answer.
So, Lauren, we are not in Waterfall. Fort Riley is one of the few installations across the United States that is not in Waterfall. If you don't understand what that term is, and our retired Division Command Sergeant Major Jim Champagne's out here, he manages our Corvius. He's our housing partner. So the reason the Army went to privatized housing is we actually didn't do it very well. Lauren, you're a second lieutenant in the Army. Your housing probably wasn't that good. There you go. So our housing is much better than second lieutenant housing was back in the day when Lauren was in the Army. So, but what we do with Corvius, Jim Champagne, and our garrison commander, John Lawrence, they work with our local mayors to ensure that we continue to monitor what our on-post housing percentage is, and right now we're a little under 90%. We actually have to get that up because really our contract with Mr. Champagne is that we're at 93% occupancy rate on the fort. So we continue to have soldiers, and a large portion of our soldiers, you'll see a chart from me today, live in your neighborhoods, in your communities, and that will continue to happen. The other thing we've just done recently is we've begun destruction of the old houses, the ones the Army built, that you probably lived in, that are not that good. Those structures are bad structures, and we're starting to take those down. So that is all part of the partnership that we have with Corvius that's put up quality housing for our soldiers and their families, and many of our soldiers continue to live off post. In fact, we have a housing office that helps them find apartments, rentals off post, Manhattan, Junction City, and across the Flint Hill. So we are not in Waterfall where other than soldiers could live on the installation. That's what Waterfall means. Could actually go out to civilians. A civilian that would meet certain criteria could live on post in a Waterfall situation because we could not provide enough renters, soldiers, to go into the houses provided by Corvius, our housing partner. That has not happened at Fort Riley.
Thank you. All right, so the good news for me, bad news for anybody else that had any questions they wanted to ask in public was they're telling me to wrap it up. So the good news, I'm going to be around for a few hours before I have to head back to the airport. So I look forward to answering any questions afterwards. I want to end where I began. And let me get there. Oh, I missed one. Can you go back to the PowerPoint, please, and pull up that last slide? I have one more Snickers bar. And so we're gonna end with a poem, and if you can name the poem, you're gonna get the Snickers bar. And the poem is appropriate based upon who we were talking about earlier. It's also by Robert Frost, written when he was a younger man. That's him. Two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both. And be one traveler, long I stood, and looked down one as far as I could to where it bent in the undergrowth. Then took another, just as fair, and having perhaps the better claim, because it was grassy and wanted wear. Though as for that, the passing there had worn them really about the same. And both that morning equally lay, and leaves no step had trodden black. Oh, I kept the first for another day. Yet knowing how way leads on to way, I doubted if I should ever come back. I shall be telling this with a sigh, somewhere ages and ages hence. Two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. The major got it before I started. She did not know, but did you call it before I even started? Oh, it was way back? I'm not throwing this overhand. Oh, did you? All right. Very good. I have a couple memorized as well. So, why did I pick the road not taken? Because you all are about to embark on some big decisions. That's what a leadership retreat is all about. You're going to have to choose the path that you collectively are going to go down. And there may be plenty of good options both ways. And so I encourage you to think with your heart. You all are a wonderful community. It was a privilege to work with you all. And I thank you. So good luck the rest of the weekend, and go Patriots.
It's our break time, 15 minutes break.
I have a Snickers bar.
snippet. A little piece of time all your own. Make it memorable in Manhattan. Soak in excitement around every corner, from Aggieville to the thriving downtown district. Make your next snippet happen in Manhattan. Great food, great adventure, great places to stay. Enjoy a variety of innovative flavors in a wealth of local restaurants. From the finest dining to small plates, from craft brews to cultured wine lists, from late night hangouts to breakfasts and bakeries. The Great Getaway, by car or by plane. The paperwork will always be there. Find your next great memory in Manhattan, the Little Apple. Stealing time for yourself and finding it in Manhattan. See how times have changed and stay the same at the Flint Hills Discovery Center at the heart of Manhattan's blossoming downtown district. Let it be your origination point for exploration of the grandeur of the region. Your personal adventure in the Flint Hills begins in Manhattan. Eons, decades, centuries, and right now, the stories are being told in Manhattan. Step outside, the outdoors is waiting. Miles of urban trails, splash parks and pools, fishing, hunting, and camping, places to create everlasting family memories. Let's turn your adventures into a world of wonderful accommodations. Soar, the kind of soar you remember. You cheer too much, walk too far, you have too much fun. That's what memories are. The clear pop of coffee, the hot lip of a steel guitar or marching band. Nice to meet you, Leslie. Time to do your personal adventure begins in
Thank you. I do appreciate it. This is
It's those hidden gems, those masterful pieces, those once-in-a-lifetime moments that make beauty and excitement come to life. Experience breathtaking art, show-stopping theater, and awe-inspiring history right here in Manhattan, Kansas. Feed your creativity and let your imagination soar. You'll find outstanding arts and entertainments all around the Little Apple. Discover the beauty. Discover the wonder. Manhattan, Kansas. Little Apple, big culture.
A snippet, a little piece of time all your own. Make it memorable in Manhattan. Soak in excitement around every corner, from Aggieville to the thriving downtown district. Make your next snippet happen in Manhattan. Great food, great adventure, great places to stay. Enjoy a variety of innovative flavors in a wealth of local restaurants. From the finest dining to small plates, from craft brews to cultured wine lists, from late-night hangouts to breakfasts and bakeries. The Great Getaway, by car or by plane. The paperwork will always be there. Find your next great memory in Manhattan, the Little Apple. Stealing time for yourself and finding it in Manhattan. See how times have changed and stayed the same at the Flint Hills Discovery Center at the heart of Manhattan's blossoming downtown district. Let it be your origination point for exploration of the grandeur of the region. Your personal adventure in the Flint Hills begins in Manhattan. Eons, decades, centuries, and right now, the stories are being told in Manhattan. Step outside. The outdoors is waiting. Miles of urban trails, splash parks and pools, fishing, hunting, and camping on Tuttle Creek and Milford Lakes. Wonderful places to create everlasting family memories. Then rest from your adventures in a wealth of wonderful accommodations. Soar, the kind of soar you'll remember. You cheered too much, walked too far, you had too much fun. That's what memories are made of. The clear pop of a golf club, the hot lick of a steel guitar or a marching band, spiced with the aroma of popcorn. Time to do it again in Manhattan. Your personal adventure in the Flint Hills begins in Manhattan, the Little Apple. Welcome.
Started.
Yeah, let's double back with me. Yeah.
I've got a wonderful group of people up here that are the backbone of who we are in the region, the country. I'm very pleased to become more familiar with the military community since I've been here. I want to take a moment here to introduce our next speaker. And he will then introduce his team that's taking the stage. So I think I have vamped long enough for you to stop your conversations and sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, it's very much our pleasure that these folks take time away from their busy schedule to understand the importance of regionalism. And over the last year and a half, I've gotten to know General Frank quite well. One of the nicest guys, but one of the most detail-oriented folks that I've ever met. So, ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome for General Pat Frank. It is our privilege to be here. I'm Pat Frank. I'm a Big Red One soldier, and one that is proud to be a member of your community. This is my second tour here. I asked to come back to Fort Riley. My wife and I absolutely loved the area when I was here as a battalion commander and the G3 for General Wiggins when he was the CG of the post. My wife works as an attorney for Arthur Green downtown in Manhattan and absolutely loves being a part of that community. But I have up here, I'm also a season ticket holder for K-State football. 200 wins in the first time, they love that. I'm going to introduce our team here. So Charlie didn't bring anyone with him. All those economists and smart guys he talked about brought my smart guys. Of course, he said we weren't smart. Charlie, we'll talk to you later. All right, this side of the table, the Army runs with colonels, those sixes. So I'm going to introduce Tim Bergeron and John Lawrence, two great colonels. Last year, we didn't have the hospital open. That $350 million hospital was not open. It is now. It opened the doors in October. Tim Bergeron is the deputy commander of that hospital. John Lawrence is the mayor of Fort Riley. He runs our installation. We are a small city in between Manhattan and Junction City. We're a third city, right in the middle of it. John Lawrence runs all of that for us as our garrison commander. What you'll notice on these two colonels is the patches that they have on their left shoulders aren't the one ID patch. See that one ID patch I'm wearing? Left facing. But they are one ID soldiers. Look at those combat patches they have. One ID soldiers right there. One in your hospital and our garrison. On this side, we had a lot of discussion about soldiers transition. So we have a program called the Soldier for Life program. At the 18-month mark before a soldier leaves the Army, we talk about 3,000 soldiers a year leaving. Actually, it was 3,088 last year. 288 of those were retirees. All those soldiers at the 18-month mark before they depart the Army go down to see our Master Sergeant Snell. Go ahead and stand up, Master Sergeant Snell. So the Soldier for Life program takes a soldier and links their skill set up with what we believe they can do in the civilian world. Or they may tell us, hey, I want to use my GI Bill. I want to go to K-State. Or I want to go back to the East Coast and go to Syracuse. They tell us what they want to do. For the Army, what we want to do is ensure that that soldier transitions into the civilian community and gets a job, and it's not on the unemployment rolls, because the U.S. Army pays the bill. So whether or not they're going in the Flint Hills community within Kansas, the Army really wants that soldier to get a job. Now, we're working very hard with the state leadership to have soldiers remain here in Kansas. Because, again, I asked them to come back. We think this is a great place to live. And we try to encourage soldiers to see the wisdom of staying here based on taxes, education benefits that they get at places like K-State, KU, the education that their children get, and the community that they live in. Master Sergeant Snell runs all that for us. And then I have Major Jamie Beer with us. Jamie Beer actually was private here at Fort Riley as an MP. In the MP battalion. Incredible story though, because she then goes green to gold. And Art McGroat is sitting on that side of the room. He was a professor of military science at K-State University when Jamie Peer, a soldier, enlisted soldier, went to K-State on a green to gold scholarship. Stayed right here because she loved this area so much. And then she came back in the Army as an officer, and now you see her as a field grade officer. She's the G1. She takes care of all the HR for the 1st Infantry Division. And we couldn't be more proud of her. So, Charlie, you got to bring a smart team with you from now on. Next slide, please. Okay. Major General Joe Martin. He is the commanding general of the 1st Infantry Division. General Martin has been here 2 other tours at Fort Riley, the 1st Infantry Division. This is his 3rd tour at the division. He is the Army's best trainer. Just came out of the National Training Center. We were out there training with him last summer with our 1st Brigade, who is currently in Korea. No better trainer in the Army. He is currently leading the fight in Mosul, Iraq, with our Iraqi partners as they retake that city from ISIL. You can see his comments up there. The unique thing about General Martin, as our commanding general, he's deploying on his 1st year. Usually CGs deploy on their 2nd year. They come back and they leave. You're going to have General Martin come back here, who knows this area. The division's only been back since 2006. This is the right leader to come back, spend an entire year with you focused on ensuring that this division is cemented in the Flint Hills. And we continue to improve on the margins on how we operate as a division inside of your community. So I just wanted to let you see General Martin and what he's doing for us over in Iraq and, of course, back here at Fort Riley. Next, please. Okay, I have a big picture chart here. You see many of our senior leaders in the Army. The top commander up there is General Milley, Chief of Staff of the Army. We've got General Abrams up there, FORSCOM commander, who controls all of the forces across the continental United States that we end up sending into theaters like Iraq and Afghanistan. And then General Perkins, who controls our TRADOC, Training and Doctrine Command. Leavenworth is one of the installations that falls up under him as he develops how we actually conduct warfare in these different theaters. But what General Milley is telling us from the upper echelons of the Army is we are focused on readiness. We are coming out of the Iraq and Afghanistan, what we call counterinsurgency fights. We're looking at threats across the world right now that include nations like Russia, China, Iran, North Korea. These are near-peer competitors. So we're moving back the doctrine that General Perkins is developing and learning again how to fight near-peer competitors. If you look at a battalion commander, a lieutenant colonel, they have only known the fight since 9/11. They grew up in that. It's lieutenant all the way up to lieutenant colonel, battalion commander right now. They've been engaged in the fights in Iraq and Afghanistan, counterinsurgency. We now have to go up potentially against near-peer threats on a multi-domain battlefield. So that means a lot of work for us out of Fort Riley. I think you've heard us recently. We've got emails from some of you. Hey, what are you doing out there? We're shooting artillery. Because these leaders right here have us laser focused on what they call a decisive action battlefield against a near-peer threat. Multi-dimensional. Next, please. This is your division, 1st Infantry Division, your Kansas Division, globally deployed. 5,000 soldiers currently deployed across the globe. The majority of those soldiers being in Korea with our 1st Brigade. This is the first 1ID major unit that we've had on the peninsula in Korea, looking north against the North Koreans. We also have our Combat Aviation Brigade deployed to Afghanistan in 7 different locations across Afghanistan, providing all of the rotary lift and attack aviation for our Afghan allies and U.S. ground forces. Then, of course, our division headquarters with General Martin, the division staff, and our Varney headquarters, which is a new brigade at Fort Riley. We brought back our division artillery. General Dodson will love that. He's in the back. He's an old artilleryman, and recently was honored by Fort Riley. But it is great to have that unit back in our formation because we have to learn, again, back to the last slide, how to fight against a near-peer competitor. And using field artillery is one way to do that. But you see all the other locations up there that your soldiers are deployed across the globe. Now there's another 10,500 soldiers back here training. And that's who you hear each and every day, and sometimes throughout the night, as we get those soldiers ready to go into theaters that are displayed on that chart. Next slide, please. All right, here's a couple of shots here. This is a pretty cool medevac team. You know, aviators, we could never quite get them. Even when Jim Champagne was our division commander, sergeant major, he couldn't even get these guys in line. You check out General Wiggins is an aviator, that may be why. But you see the cool guy glasses there. That being said, those are some heroes right there. Our medevac crews are doing some unbelievable work in Afghanistan right now. In places like Kunduz, Americans surrounded by Taliban actually waved off, not this particular medevac group, but a 1st Infantry Division medevac group, waved them off because the LZ was so hot they didn't want that helicopter to land. Our soldiers, our aviators denied that request and came in anyways and saved those Americans. That is what they do each and every day. Next slide, please. Tim Hayden, our commander of the 1st Brigade. Tim's got a little over 4,000 soldiers that are deployed to Korea, partnered with our South Korean allies and doing exceptional work. Today, we case the colors of the 1-6 CAD. It's an aviation unit. We'll have about 450 soldiers, aviators, moving into Korea. They'll actually link up with Tim Hayden over there. And they'll be one of the first Apache units that is deployed on the peninsula. So we're very proud of them, too, as they get ready to head out to Korea. Next. And here's our commanders in Iraq right now. General Martin, of course, over there leading the fight, as I said, in Mosul right now. They're focused on that and moving ISIS out of the country of Iraq, working very diligently with our Iraqi partners with the rest of the division staff. The division staff split, about half in theater, and the remainder back here training those 10,500 soldiers across Fort Riley. Next. Okay, so what does Fort Riley mean to you in the Flint Hills? Charlie talked about it. He had a lot of bottom line charts there for us showing the impact that we have economically, the impact of our soldiers living inside of your communities, children going to your schools, shopping within the local community. This is the training that we're doing out of Fort Riley. This also contributes to that economic bottom line that Charlie talked about. So when we're conducting these training events, we're bringing contractors in to help us run these. We're spending money on all sorts of goods that are used to actually run these events for us. We're actually entering one of our biggest training events of the year called Danger Focus. We'll take 2nd Brigade through a training exercise of about 30 days that prepares them to go to the National Training Center, which is as close as we can get an Army unit, a brigade-sized unit, 4,000 plus soldiers, to combat when we take them out to Fort Irwin, California. But to do that, and to not waste taxpayers' money, prepare them here at Fort Riley. There is no better home station training area in the U.S. Army than Fort Riley. I've been to many of these divisional posts. I know what I'm talking about. To train an Armored Brigade combat team, Fort Riley is the place to do it. It doesn't beat the National Training Center, but nothing does, because the Army has invested a significant amount of money in that. And it's just a vast expanse of land that we can put brigades in. But here at Fort Riley, you see the training being conducted up there. We have a crown jewel here at Fort Riley with the training area that was given to us at that installation. Next question. Okay, enabling readiness. That is the training area, that little map that you see up there. The green represents all of the different ranges that are out there. Those ranges being run by John Lawrence's team of Department of the Army civilians that work for him at Fort Riley. Run those ranges for our soldiers and ensure that we're prepared to go into theaters like Iraq and Afghanistan. You see there we've got 77,000 usable acres within our training area. That's just about enough to squeeze in a brigade combat team. I mean, squeeze it in. So we're going to have 3 different rotations of missions as we prepare them over the next 30 days, 2nd Brigade. Because at 70, you say, wow, 77,000 acres, you got to be able to train the brigade on it. Well, we actually will run them across that. We got to reset 3 different times to do that on 77K. What we would ask for, and Charlie talked about this, how does the local community help us? At the state level, you talk to General Wiggins about this. You talk to the Kansas National Guard about this. You also see on the chart Smoky Hill, 35K there. We do not maneuver at Smoky Hill. We don't maneuver our tanks and Bradleys down there. That is really dedicated to the Air Force. But we would like to use that for maneuver area. So as the Army potentially looks at growing, we don't have any figures right now. We know that our end strength for the upcoming year, FY17, is 476K. But we had lost the brigade at Fort Riley. 4th Brigade was gone. They were a light brigade. So not as big of an impact when you have light infantry soldiers versus an armored brigade combat team. But if we were to get another brigade combat team back, what we would ask the state is, can we have better maneuver rights at Smoky Hill? Because that is a way that we could talk to the Department of the Army and say, yes, we've got 77K here at Fort Riley of usable space, but that 35K at Smoky Hill, we need to add that on too as a maneuver space. So that's something concrete that we can take back and say, hey, we've improved our position here at Fort Riley. What Smoky Hill does allow us to do, and this is something that is great about Kansas, is all the UAV research that you do, especially K-State Salina. We've actually opened up the first air bridge between the restricted airspace at Fort Riley and the restricted airspace at Smoky Hill. And we fly our UAVs, both the Shadow UAV and the Great Eagle UAV between Fort Riley and Smoky Hill. It allows us to train our operators in realistic conditions. The distance isn't far enough yet. We're trying to expand it. We want to go beyond Smoky Hill towards the Rocky Mountains, because that's what one of our UAV operators flying a Great Eagle, which is essentially a Predator. We've got those at Fort Riley. 6 of the Great Eagles sit down on our airfield. But to fly those at distances that they would actually fly in Afghanistan is what we're trying to approach as we work with the state officials and the FAA on expanding that air bridge. It's another area that we could take back to the Department of the Army and say, hey, we are the leaders
in UAS training here at Fort Riley, the 1st Infantry Division, across the state of Kansas. Next slide, please. This is another reason that the Fort Riley training area is exceptional. And everyone across the Midwest, Kansas, Iowa, Missouri, Nebraska, and Oklahoma know that. Yesterday, we just met with all of those tags, adjutant generals for 2 stars from those states, met with the 1st Infantry Division, because they want to come to Fort Riley and train. We've grown this from 9,000 non-1 ID patch-wearing soldiers training at Fort Riley. Used to be 9,000. We've grown this last year to 25,000. That's also economic impact in the Flint Hills. 25,000 soldiers coming in and training here on their AC cycles or other weekends at Fort Riley. The goal this year is to hit 30,000. We're already at 20. That continues to add up. They send that report to me every week, and every week the number gets larger. So I keep sending them a note back. We're not at 30 yet. We're at 30. So 30K is the number that we're shooting for this year. But 25,000 additional soldiers coming, on top of the 15,500 you've already got inside of the 1st Infantry Division. You can see the map of the United States there. All the different locations they're coming in from. Not just the Midwest, but all across the United States. Next, please. Okay, when we talk Fort Riley training area, one of the areas that we have done an exceptional job of partnering with local and regional officials has been on protecting the area around the perimeter of Fort Riley. And these 2 different programs, the ACUP and the Joint Land Use Study, help us to do that, to ensure that we do not have impediments to training that are right on the boundary of Fort Riley. So this not only means physical structure, but it also means things such as noise. And we do have some concerns. And at JLUS, the study on the bottom, the last time we did that was in 2005. No, that's before the division got back here. Now, there were still 2 brigades, but we have a lot more soldiers and a lot more collective training at the division level that is occurring now than ever occurred in 2005. Mick McAllister will tell you, he was back here. So that is a very important study for us, and how we're looking at things like noise that is coming from the northern portion of Fort Riley and the impacts on the local community. We know we make a lot of noise, but we also know that our soldiers have to get out there and conduct that type of training. We do as much as we can in simulation. We've got the best mission training center across the U.S. Army. Much of that is due not only to the great structure, but to the civilians who are from the Midwest, from Kansas, that work in that facility and train our soldiers very well. Before we spend any training dollars, we train them on simulations, and we take them out here. But we need your continued partnership in ensuring that we do not infringe on the training space in and around Fort Riley. And those 2 programs right there are critical to the continued partnership between the Fort and the Flint Hills. Next, please. Okay, leading change. So, in 2006, we had a division headquarters. 24th ID headquarters was down in what is John Lawrence's headquarters right now, Building 500, the old limestone building on the main post. They didn't wear the same patches as the 2 units that were up on Custer Hill. One wore a 1 ID patch and one wore a 1st Armored Division patch. It was who's who, Star Wars bar scene at Fort Riley. 2006, the division colors come back. And it was a great day at Fort Riley. I was standing out on the field when General Ham took the colors of the 1st Infantry Division, and they were back here in the Flint Hills. You can see the growth of Fort Riley since then. $1.8 billion of investment at Fort Riley since 2006. We have built a modern division at Fort Riley. The chart that Charlie showed on procurement, remember that big spike in 2009? That's attributed to building a division. We built the infrastructure of a modern 21st century division at Fort Riley. Well, the only thing, Tim Legacy, where's he at? Deputy Garrison Commander, he gets my notes all the time. All right, we got a modern division, but we got 1950 roads. Tim, when are we going to get some new roads?
We're working on
All right. He always wants more money, too. Milcon. There was discussion on Milcon. Milcon, we've seen Milcon has essentially not been a reality for a while because we had so much given to us. $1.8 billion investment by the U.S. Army and the U.S. taxpayers on that installation. So we probably got to share the wealth in other installations across the Army. That's how senior leadership would look at that. When they come and they see the modern facilities we have, they say, hey, we got to share the wealth and send some of this Milcon to other locations. Now we do have some. John has a list of all the different projects that he submits for Milcon funding to the Army and to his headquarters every year. Things such as 4 new hangars down in the airfield for the remainder of our aircraft. So we stay on top of that, and we're always addressing that with the U.S. Army. But a significant change from 2005 to what we have here today at Fort Riley. Next, please. What helped us to do that? General Brooks came up with the first campaign plan at Fort Riley. It was campaign plan 2015. You see it down in the corner of the chart. That campaign plan was an absolute gold mine because you can see all the initiatives up there that came out of that campaign plan. Things like a new hospital, new schools that we partnered with the school district on to put up and are fantastic for our children. The Great Eagle coming to Fort Riley. We were the last division that was slated to get that. We went back into the Army and said, we think that we're the best place to put the Great Eagle. And oh, by the way, put us number 1 on the chart. So we got a Great Eagle company, and we got a brand new hangar down in the airfield, and we're flying that Great Eagle to Smoky Hill. You see all the other initiatives on there. Campaign Plan 2020, which we helped develop with many people in this room, is the latest campaign plan. That was unveiled last year at the Post. General Martin, you see his picture up there again, is very focused on Campaign Plan 2025. Why? Because when you go to the K-State website, Kurt Schultz put out 2025. We're behind our DeGrove K-State right now, you know? I know they got a big offensive line, but we're not going to be behind them much longer. So we're going to come out with 2025. The 1ID planners have that as a task right now. And General Martin will take that document when he gets back, we'll brief him on it, and he'll unveil that in October of next year. He'll have a year to work on that as a commanding general. So again, you see the goodness of having General Martin who will come out of Iraq in August. He'll unveil the campaign plan in October. And then he'll work on that for another year until he departs the 1st Infantry Division. So we think there's great goodness to be had from the campaign plan. It charts out how we want to proceed across the 1st Infantry Division and our garrison. Next. This is where we live in your communities, and we live across your communities. Lauren asked a question earlier about on-post housing, but look at all those soldiers living across all those different counties. Those are 9 counties up there. All right, Charlie, I'm going to dime you out again. You only have 5 counties. All right? 9 counties up there across the Flint Hills. And you see down on the bottom, 3,777 military, 2,500 Department of the Army civilians out there living in your communities. That's where they live, contributing to the economic bottom line in each of those counties. Next, please. All right. So we talked about the 1st Infantry Division being 100 years old. 1917 to 2017, first established to go to World War I. And we read about all these heroes from World War I and World War II. We've got heroes in our midst right now, but you don't necessarily see it. You see a camouflage uniform walking around, and you're kind of used to it. But let me introduce you to a couple of heroes right now. Staff Sergeant Kreppel. Staff Sergeant Kreppel has 2 Purple Hearts, multiple deployments to Iraq and Afghanistan. He lives at Fort Riley, married, with family. In the Battle of Rana in Afghanistan, when the Taliban attempted to overwhelm that combat outpost, Staff Sergeant Kreppel fought valiantly against the enemy and was shot 6 times in that battle. Again, 2 Purple Hearts. Incredible hero living right here in your community. So he not only runs Soldier for Life for us, but this is a senior non-commissioned officer that is another hero. Fighting in Iraq, we have a platoon surrounded by Jaysh al-Mahdi in Sadr City. We've all read about Sadr City, the toughest spot in Baghdad, back in the fights in 2007, 2008, when we had the surge going on. Master Sergeant Snell, in a Bradley platoon, moves to the sound of the guns of a surrounded American unit, surrounded by Jaysh al-Mahdi insurgents, and saves that unit before they are overrun. Just an incredible soldier, incredible non-commissioned officer, and the right type of mentor for our soldiers that are exiting the Army and hopefully coming into your communities. Master Sergeant Snell. Introduce you to Jamie Pierre real quick. I told her she's got 1 minute to tell her K-State story here, but it is incredible.
Okay, so I am not a war hero. I just get to process their awards, and I'm very thankful for that opportunity. I often said I feel like the water boy on the Super Bowl team. I'm absolutely privileged and honored to do that, to play that role. Really quick, I just wanted to let you know that I am a product of the Flint Hills. Originally from Owasso, Michigan. I got here 20 years ago next month. Alone and afraid. Nobody in my family has been in the military, and it was a major culture shock for me. But when I got here, I was immediately embraced by the Flint Hills community. I actually went down to Keating and Associates with my E2 paycheck, wanting to invest because I'm a huge nerd. And he actually took the time to sit down with me and go over. I had a student loan for 1 year in college, and I had a car loan, and he said, you know, what you need to do is you need to focus on paying off those loans, and then you can invest. So that's what I did. And I think that probably made an impact on me as a young soldier. I could have been screwing around, blowing money, and not getting it anywhere. And then through the partnership with K-State and Fort Riley, I was able to take college classes at lunchtime and after work. And when I got the opportunity for the Green and Gold Scholarship, K-State had already made a huge impression on me, and that's where I selected to go. And I used my GI Bill, just like we've all been talking about. So, also bought 3 houses in this community, one in Ogden when it was brand new. Then I moved over to Highland Ridge on the west side of Manhattan, and now back for my 3rd time here, I'm opting to live over by Hilford Lake because I have fallen in love with the sunsets over there. So I just want to thank you all for everything that you do for soldiers. And we get a huge macro level, and I just wanted to take the time to give you a personal, your investment in Fort Riley. So thank you very much.
Next slide, please. So Charlie talked to us about the division's impact on your community. You see it up there again, 45% of the economic engine that is the Flint Hills coming out of One ID and those associated with DOD around Fort Riley. 4.5 billion. So it's a pretty big impact. We want to continue to work with you. We know kind of the clout that all those camouflage uniforms bring to the area. And we appreciate the partnership that we've got across all of your different communities with the leadership out there. Would absolutely like to continue to work with you on those military retirees. You see that's that 4th bullet down there. 288 military retirees last year. They're a lot easier to convince to stay in this area. One, they love the schools that their kids go to. They're going to get a decent check that helps them continue to live. Now, they probably got to find a second job, but they've got great skill sets. They're 20 years in the military, Army values. They've got a GI Bill. They can go to K-State University, do what Jamie Pierre did. But convincing them to stay here based on Kansas not taxing that payroll that is coming into them is very attractive. Some states don't have that. That check would be taxed as it went back to other different locations. So convincing those 288 retirees to stay here, I think, is doable. but we need to partner with you on that to convince them to stay here. You saw the economic hub that those retirees have. Okay, I'm going to hand the mic over to John Lawrence, our Garrison Commander.
Thank you, sir. As General Frank said, my name is John Lawrence, and I am a Big Red Minnesota. Much like General Frank, I am a returning by choice to Fort Riley. First time I was here was 1984 as a, much like Jamie Pierre, a young private. Coming from Maine, coming to the Flint Hills region, didn't quite know what to expect. However, I was embraced, and I ended up spending 6 years here, went to Korea, and came back for another 4 by choice. And then went off to the Officer Candidate School. My wife is actually from Manhattan, Kansas, and unlike Brigadier General Frank, I don't own season tickets to K-State. But I will say K-State gets all my money because my son is in his junior year. So, and he actually knew he wanted to come back here before I did. So, but what I want to talk about a little bit today is what we've heard about, partnerships. And that's kind of why the first slide you see is up. Housing the Force 2017. What is it? It is 250 housing professionals from across the Army coming to Fort Riley. This will be the second time they come to Fort Riley. The first time was last year. The reason they're coming back is because they loved it here. Okay, they were housed in Junction City last time. This time they'll be housed in Manhattan. We work partnerships with the local communities to support you. And that's one of the things we're doing. We're trying to bring Army conferences to Fort Riley. There's a twofold message in that. One is to highlight our training and our post. The next is to highlight the Flint Hills region. And the reason they're coming back is not just because of Fort Riley's hospitality, but because of the Flint Hills region hospitality. I can tell you the competition was a little bit rough. They had Shades of Green at Walt Disney World in Florida. Those were the two options that it came down to. Fort Riley, Kansas, and Shades of Green. And Fort Riley won. So that's a testament to the Flint Hills region. Along with that, we have other partnerships coming. With the 100th year anniversary, we've also got the Senior Leaders Reunion Banquet. That'll also be held down in Junction City at the Marriott. We tried to bring as many things here to the Flint Hills region and share with our local economy. So as we move to the next slide, please, I want to talk a little bit again about a partnership, and that's on our housing. I have a partnership right now with Corvius Management. The Army, as General Frank said, we didn't do housing so well. Testament is that picture in the top right-hand corner. That's a 1950s house. Okay, we, as an Army, we can go to war. We can't really manage a housing unit. So we brought in an agent to manage them for us, and they're doing an incredible job. What we've done, though, is based off the brigade leaving, is we've come up with a goal of 3827 houses. That's what we will maintain on the post. And we're reaching that goal with the help of a lot of local communities and support and a lot of pushing, Rick McAllister. But when I came on and into command, this was an issue in the community. So this was one of the first things that Jim Champagne and I sat down on and talked about. And Jim Champagne, Corvius, came up with a plan to start demolition. Okay, and we've already started demolition. Started in January. Mayor Fitzgerald actually was in the crane wrecking that house. But the issue there is we are working towards that goal. That leaves all those other people you saw in what we refer to as the duck chart still living in your communities. They're your neighbors. They will always be your neighbors. We are not trying to take anybody away from any local community. Because we know being a part of the community is important to our soldiers. it keeps our soldiers here as the retirees, as the transition soldiers. So as we look forward to the future, we're going to continue our relationship with Corvius, and I will have you know that we are one of 4 installations in the CONUS United States that has not gone to the waterfall. Waterfall is, again, retirees are allowed to live in my housing. DOD civilians are allowed to live in my housing. And in the last case, it can be any non-affiliated member of the community can come onto our page, come onto our page. So right now, we are working with Corvius to get our rates a little bit higher, and we've been at 89% for quite a while. And Jim Champagne's been working with me, and again, being an incredible partner in this, and this demolition will also help bring down our percentage rate, or actually raise our percentage rate. So I just want you to know that that is a partnership, and with that, I'm working with the partners and my local mayors as well. You know, Mickey McAllister, great asset, helping me understand the housing. You know, Phyllis Fitzgerald and Mayor Reddick. I cannot say how much I appreciate, you know, their talking with me and dealing with this situation to make me understand how important it is for you. So, as we go into upcoming construction, okay, everybody talks Milcon dollars. Milcon dollars isn't where the money is. The money is my sustainability, because I have to sustain a city over time. Okay, much like your taxpayers, you got to fix a road. Now, General Frank talked about the 1950 roads with Mr. Lifton. The bottom line is we're taking sections of road and doing it. If you look in the right-hand corner, the picture up there, that's a bridge we put across one of the most traveled roads in the morning at PT. It also is the only route to the school. So we put up that bridge so children can cross safely. The road underneath it was just redone. So we are still working on renovation and sustainment at Fort Riley to the tune of $20 million a year. You know, and that's give or take. At the end of the year, we talked earlier about unfunded requirements. Last year we put in projects for $5 million unfunded. We got that money because we're prepared and we're working. If you look down, energy performance savings contract, that's going to help us 2 different ways. One, it is going to give work in contracts to the local community, as well as save the taxpayers money, because that's replacing our old 1940s, 50s boilers, our 60s air conditioning, and we're going to save the taxpayer money in that manner. So we are always working to make Fort Riley a better place. And if you look down in the lower left-hand corner, you see U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. They're a partner with us. Our Military Contracting Command, another partner with us. Now, the Military Contracting Command, what's valuable to you is they go local contract first. So we look at the local contractors before we look anywhere else. So again, partnership. Go to the next slide, please. Job update. Again, always looking for partnerships. We need to make sure Fort Riley stays Fort Riley, Kansas, and it needs to remain a viable economic impact. So what we do, we partner with regional assets. CHAR, the Civilian Human Resources Agency, Southwest Region, that is huge. Okay, our CPAC, and we're trying to get a regional CPAC, Civilian Personnel Center. I just signed an agreement with the Veterans Administration for a call center. Last year they brought 45 new hires. This year they're going to go ahead and hire 150 new employees to work on a call center on my base. I am taking underutilized facilities and we are bringing in regional federal partners to fill those facilities, so therefore it still remains a viable place to be. As you can see on the right-hand side, some of the jobs that are available on Fort Riley, we're always recruiting as well. But with that, I'd like to bring attention to our Soldier for Life program, because what we talked about earlier about training people, our Soldier for Life program is taking transitioning soldiers and giving them certifications. We're training them on post while they are getting out of the Army. We have agreements with Ryder, we have agreements with ADF, Airstream Renewables, IHG Hotels, GE Aviation, and we've also got a partnership with Kansas Works, who actually is down at my Soldier for Life Center. Along with that, with Kansas Works, I also have the USO. The USO has a program called RP6, where they provide mentors for our transitioning soldiers. That is all to take care of our soldiers, but at the same time, we are kind of giving them a hug and telling them this is the place you want to be. And they're staying here. We're seeing it in our retirements. We're seeing it in our transitioning soldiers. That has a huge economic impact on the entire Flint Hills region, as you saw from Charlie. So as we go forward in this, it is all about partnerships, it's all about leading, and it's all about change. But we have to embrace that change. So, with that, I'd like to turn it back over to General Frank.
All right, we're over on our time. They're giving us the hook back there. Can't leave without showing you this. 1917 to 2017, 100 years. Your division is the oldest division in the Army, the most storied division in the Army. From World War I to Mosul today. We hope you come out and celebrate Victory Week with us. You see it right there at the bottom of the one. The 21st to the 25th of August. On the 25th, that's a Friday, the division will be out on the main parade field on historic Main Coast. This will be the 100th birthday celebration for your division, the Flint Hills Division, Kansas's division. We hope to see you there. Thank you very much.
Okay, transition. Okay, Gary, you ready to go? You are on.
Again, I'm Gary Stith, the Director of the Flint Hills Regional Council. We received another grant from the Office of Economic Adjustment. Could you go to driver control? Good. Well, anyway, we received a grant from the Office of Economic Adjustment to do what's called a joint land use study. Good. So what is a joint land use study? It's a collaborative effort to identify compatible land uses and growth management guidelines near Fort Riley, working with the communities around Fort Riley. It's a team approach between the local communities of Fort Riley in order to prevent and limit any encroachment issues caused by future mission expansion or local growth. We are a growth area. Ottawa County has the highest growth rate of any county in Kansas. Erie County has the second highest growth rate of any county in Kansas, and Riley County has the third highest growth rate of any county in Kansas. So we are a growth center in this state. And that growth is good as long as we control it and make sure that it doesn't cause problems for Fort Riley. So what does the JOs do? If you haven't come out of the sessions we've already had today, understand how important and how critical Fort Riley is to the missions and the protection of the United States and the military mission they have, then you must have fallen asleep. And I don't think you did, because General Frank did a great job. Charlie also should have convinced you that we have a significant self-interest in preserving and protecting Fort Riley, because it's 45% of our regional $10 billion economy. And that's money going into your pockets. We had a joint land use study in 2005. It's been pointed out 2005 was a lot different than today. Big Red One was back here. There's significantly more soldiers and families at Fort Riley. And the growth that's happened around Fort Riley has been significant since 2005. Also, the study that was done in 2005, and I wasn't here when that was done, but I've been told by people who were here that they didn't feel like the recommendations that came out of that study were adequate. It gave us kind of a laundry list of things you could do to help preserve and protect Fort Riley, but it didn't give an actual plan for how to do that, how to accomplish that. Also, some of the smaller communities kind of felt left out of the process or felt that some of these things were kind of rammed down their throats. And so we're making a real effort in this, and we've in a contract with our consultant that's been selected, we're making sure that this joint land use study will develop a detailed implementation plan for each jurisdiction. Because each jurisdiction is impacted differently by Fort Riley, and each jurisdiction has different opportunities in terms of growth in the future. So the implementation plan needs to be different for each jurisdiction, and we'll make sure that happens. There are two committees that have been created. One, a policy committee made up of elected officials, and they will be meeting regularly with our consultant working on that. We also have a technical advisory committee that's made up of staff people from the different communities that will be involved in helping the consultant develop and kind of checking them on how they're developing the recommendations they're making, and then they'll make recommendations to the policy committee. But we're not assuming the policy committee is going to carry that back to each jurisdiction. Our consultant will meet with each jurisdiction. And the last few weeks, I've met with all the jurisdictions that are impacted by this project. Those include Butte County, Junction City, Grandview Plaza, Milford, in Riley County, Manhattan, Ogden, Riley, and Clay County, Clay Center, and Wakefield. So I've met with each of them and made sure that they know what's going on and that they're going to be involved in this process. Because when we get done with this, we want to go back and work with those communities, and particularly the smaller communities. Flint Hills Regional Council didn't exist in 2005, but we are here now, and we can work with those smaller communities and provide them the assistance they would need to do implementation. And so we're going to make sure that that happens. So, the recommendations and implementation will be precise and well-defined. It will recommend leads to implementation, and the implementation plan for each jurisdiction with assistance for the smaller jurisdictions by the regional council. We're going to have 3 public workshops during this process. There's a flyer on most of the tables. I ran out of them. There's one on January 31st in the City Commission Room in Manhattan at 7 o'clock. And there's one on February 1st in the C.L. Hoover Opera House in Junction City. And so we hope that you'll be able to attend one of those and help our consultants figure out what kind of impact, what kind of opportunities exist in our communities surrounding Fort Riley. So that's when the first public workshop will be. There's also going to be, we've got each community to recommend to us stakeholders that need to be involved, and our consultants, when they're here during that week, will be meeting with those stakeholders and in other opportunities in the next few months. We have a website for the project. It's www.fortrileyjlus.com, and we're also on Facebook. Got to be on Facebook, which is facebook.com/FortRileyJLUS. So that's a way for us to get information out to you, and a way for you to be kept informed about what's going on and help us participate by participating in this project. And it will result in a final joint land use study, recommendations, and implementation. This is the schedule, and you can see we'll be finished with this in June, so it's not a long-term process, but we think it's a very important process, and I hope that you'll find the opportunity to come out and join us at the workshops that I mentioned and help us put this project together, because it is important for Fort Riley. It's important for our region. Thank you.
because you're that special, sir. Well, we had an opportunity to have a good leader in this next category for a lot of years, and just quickly recognize John Armbrust for the job that you did for many years. Thank you so much. The Governor's Military Council is very important to all of us, and replacing a great leader with another great leader is what we've done in this area. He's a gentleman that lives among us, he hunts among us, he fishes among us, and he is very much dialed into what Fort Riley means to this area and this community. So please welcome Perry Wiggins.
I'll tell you, I have a technically challenge. So somebody over there, when I say next slide, can you push it? Perfect. That way we can get things done quicker. First off, it's hard to follow somebody like Charlie and then Pat and John and Jamie and Sergeant Snell and all the others that have gone before. But I will tell you that I'm one of those individuals that about 7 years ago left Fort Riley, Kansas, and swore I was coming back. And I see a lot of familiar faces in the crowd. But if you really want to know why I came back, is because my wife fell in love with the people. You have such incredible people in your communities that have embraced the military like none other. But it is something that has maturated through many years. And this community is a benefactor of those that preceded you and continuing to reach out to those in uniform. And that relationship has gone on for 100 years. So I will tell you, I always tell people, you're always as good as your last press clipping, and never believe the press clippings that are about you. That's good advice, and I will tell you, so it's great to be back here. I'm following some big footsteps there in John Armbrust, but I consider it an honor and privilege to be a part of the Governor's Military Council, the Executive Director. And I will tell you, I didn't know much about what that job entailed. My wife told me, you're going to take a year off, you're not going to take any job. And when I got back here, she said, take that job. Now, a number of people ask me when I come and visit places and I try to get around all the communities, what exactly is the Governor's Military Council? And I will tell you, the Governor's Military Council is 26 members. They're appointed by the Governor. They serve at the pleasure of the Governor. And I'm really the guy, a one-legged man in a butt-kicking contest who sits there and tries to take all the inputs and the issues from the military perspective affecting the state of Kansas and roll them into the Governor so we can get after it. And that's important, folks. I will tell you, thank you, Charlie. If you want to know how important your military is, you've heard it over and over and over how important it is. And I will tell you, those statistical data that was put out, one of the areas that we do not include in retirees is a number of them, separated soldiers, their spouses work. And they're working in offices and in companies and businesses all throughout the community, and we never count them. They're the unsung heroes of our military. And they do not get the credit that they deserve. And so I will tell you, we probably need to go back and put that in the calculus. Because when you recruit a soldier in your community, you're recruiting their families. And that is huge. So, number two, I will tell you that the bottom line is we consist of, out of 26 members, the Governor is the chairman, the Lieutenant Governor is the vice chairman, then we have our federal legislators that are a part of that. We have 4 state representatives that are a part of the board. And then we have civic and community leaders from each one of the communities that surrounds the 4, you can count 5, major military installations that we have. And that's important so that we get a flavor and we're able to attack issues not only in the central Flint Hills, but we have Wichita, we have Topeka, we have Smoky Hill and Salina, and we have Fort Leavenworth, which is just up the road here. Next slide, please. Now, the Governor's Military Council was birthed out of really a response to preparing for the BRAC. John probably remembers that. It was a tough time. Everybody was in a defensive position, a kung fu position, ready to defend their installations because guess what? They're under attack. So we birthed these different organizations. Many states did it. That had military installations. And we kind of threw things together. And then through the 12 years, it is maturated. And one of the things that we're going to do on the Governor's Military Council is we're going to go from a defensive posture into an offensive posture. Because I truly believe the best defense is an offense. And so we're going to get after some things. And I'll explain one of those action plans, campaign plans, here at the end of the slide process that we're going to get after. Now, in a constrained resource environment, one thing happens. Do you remember when you had, anybody got siblings in the house here? Now, we had Charlie throwing Snickers bars out in the audience, right? Well, in my household, if you threw a Snickers among my brothers, there'd be a fight. Doesn't mean we don't love each other. Doesn't mean we wish each other well. But when there was only one Snickers bar on that table, somebody was going to come away with nothing. That's what a constrained resource environment was doing. That's what sequestration was doing to our military communities. So people were starting to prepare and prep for the inevitable, which was a reduction in infrastructure, reduction in bases. You've heard Charlie also say that they're looking for 25% reduction in infrastructure because we have excess. That's still out there. I will tell you, the senators have come up online and said that will not happen. But stranger things have happened, and changing winds have changed. So, bottom line for us is we have to prepare. We always have to prepare. And as you take a look, I look at a glass, I always see things as half full rather than half empty. And you heard General Frank talk about force structure changes, but with that, you've got to have budget money that goes with it in order to accommodate those increased formations. But I look, and out of the truck transition team, we've heard that there might be increases up to 60,000 that has been reported in the United States Army. One of the things I want to do is make sure that Fort Riley is a recipient of some of those formations and force structure, because we need to make sure that we promote and protect Fort Riley, Kansas. Next slide. These are the lines of effort for the Governor's Military Council. John's very familiar with these. This is where we apply the necessary focus and pressure. We get at those things that make a difference. You look up there, optimizing presence in Kansas is number one. We want to make sure that we recruit and that we work to build structure and retain the military workforce within Kansas, because that's good for the economy, but it's also good for our histories and our traditions and what makes Kansas Kansas. Kansas is a military state. I will tell you, people wonder why soldiers decide to live in Kansas. It's because you exude the same values that our service members hold dear. You are a place that I remember when I was a small boy in Georgia, that you could go and leave your houses unlocked. Your neighbors knew each other. People raised their fingers off their steering wheels and said hi to each other, even though they didn't know each other. That's why soldiers are staying here. It's because of values. Because it's somebody who loves them, embraces them, and they'll embrace you back. We actively foster close cooperation with installations. We talk about public-private initiative, P4. I will tell you that at the federal level, there are no impediments to that. The Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of the Army has said we need to work hard to make that happen. And I'll tell you, the enabler is not the guys in the uniform. It's those in suits, coats, and ties. We can make that happen. We got to make sure that when we do that, it's not only beneficial to our installation, it's beneficial to our communities. It's got to be a win-win. I will tell you that K-State University, the partnership that's built, is probably an incredible example of what a P4 relationship could, should be like. And there's a number of other areas we can do it, not just education. Pursue initiatives to enhance quality of life for our soldiers. You're already doing that. You're doing it in spades. We have to make sure we don't lose the boat on that. As we have soldiers, 5,000 in numbers at the point, there becomes responsibilities and requirements to support those families. And we cannot forget the fact that just because they're deployed, we forget it. A lot of them come from programs in education and schools. Deployed children have a lot of challenges. I know that because I had some. So you have to make sure that we're looking out for quality of life for our families, our servicemen and women, and more important, our veterans. And then promote Kansas as a desired place and location for our retirees. We talked enough about that. Next slide. Next three lines of effort. Technology. You heard about unmanned aerial vehicles. We have probably the triad of synergy, the best of any state in the nation. That's technology, that's corporation, and that's military. Kansas State University is one of the top 5 universities for UAV research. How many people didn't know that? I did. How many people knew that Kansas is one of the #1 states for airspace for operation of UAVs in the nation? Not good. I did. How many people knew at Fort Riley, Pat Frank told you earlier, so I can't throw a Snickers bar out, so I had to answer. But we have a platoon of UAVs out there that is leading edge of the Army's initiative on UAV excellence. It's happening in Fort Riley. And we need to take that, we need to synergize it, we need to create a campaign plan, we need to bring corporations in on unmanned aerial vehicles and tie into the technologies, tie into the education, the training, and then get after all these things we need to get after in order to bring that type of industry into our communities. Next slide. Now, this is one of the campaign plans that we are generating right now. I'll tell you, we're already behind the power curve because the Army's looking to place train, devise, and assist brigades with installations that have Special Operations Forces, SF. And we don't have it in Fort Riley. But that doesn't mean we're going to lose this fight. What we're going to try to do is bring a train, devise, and assist brigade to Fort Riley. That's a 500-man person organization, one for each combatant command. Go to the next slide, please. General Milley has stated on occasion that these brigades are a tool. That you can take that 500-person leadership, you can put soldiers underneath it, and create a combat brigade fairly quickly. What does that mean? That means, let's go to the last slide here, because I'm not going to bore you with this. Fort Riley is an ideal place to train these particular organizations who have one. We had it in 2005, where we brought mid-teams in, training teams. We trained over 26,000 personnel to deploy to Afghanistan and Iraq to train formations there. So we already have the infrastructure. We already have the training methodology. We're located next to Leavenworth, which is for education. We're next to K-State and KU, which provided cultural training to our people. They went out the door, whatever country they went to. So it's a perfect here. And we got to maximize that. So we're going to create a campaign. Solution for long-term combat team here that resides, becomes a part of the infantry division, and calls Fort Riley home. So it's a great. Please don't be afraid to actually work for the state. Actually work for you, and it's great for your team. And if you need anything, or you have any concerns or issues, please don't hesitate to give me a call.
Bill, we have a great team working for our final presentation. We've got
people who are involved in an effort who are willing to be open and very transparent and put the individual desires aside for the betterment of the group. And I think that's represented across this room today. And finally, in partnership through mutually beneficial relationship, the established goals and vision of our developed, and our dream of a regionalized area can be realized. We've gone from and the things that they've accomplished. We found out that investment in quality of life program, they'll retire them. They'll start recruiting businesses, and they stop recruiting businesses, and they start focusing on talent. They have the job. We talked earlier about we have jobs, and we're having a tough time culture. We've talked about that. We just need to tell our story and cultivate opportunities for success. I'll turn it over to Cheryl.
I'm not really sure where I am on this. I'm going to have to end. Do I get to end it? Oh, no, not yet. Liar. Sorry about that. I'm Sherilyn White. I'm with Will Bank that could bank the Flint Hills. I've been on this last trip and been helping you plan the next one, so stay tuned for that. Several people said what we did walk away. LJ touched on that. Is we left these trips with blueprints and concrete ideas that are actually working now, especially from Columbia, Missouri. We came back and we put them into play immediately, and we're partnering together on all sorts of different buildings and utilizing our resources more effectively. So we didn't come back and just talk about something. We came back and we put it to work, and we did something, which should speak to most of the type A personalities in this room, I would imagine. It gave us blueprints for success, and it really did prove to us that regionalism can work. It may not always, but it sure can, and we got to see that at play, and we can take chunks of that and bring it back and put it in.
Just real quick, a few of those nuggets. Those of you who've been following the progress the City of Manhattan's making on a new proposal will probably be going to the voters later this year to do some enhancements to our park and rec facilities. One of the key components of that plan is for the city and the school district to collaborate to add on to our 2 existing middle schools and enlarge those gyms, which will benefit the schools during the day and give Parks and Rec some really badly needed gym space in the afternoons. That's an idea straight out of the trip of Columbia. They have a wonderful Parks and Rec department there. We had a wonderful tour of their community, and some of the ideas we were just kind of, oh, wow, why didn't we think of that? Perfect example of something that we stole from the trip. As LJ mentioned, we had a panel with the Northwest Arkansas Alliance, or whatever, I'm blanking on their name too, late in the day. They talked about that they had a workforce shortage. Their businesses were growing really fast. But they found when they started investing in their quality of place, they decided not to start targeting businesses anymore. Instead, they have whole people whose jobs are to recruit millennials to move to Northwest Arkansas. So instead of focusing on recruiting businesses, they're recruiting people, and it's been very successful for them. But lastly, as I said before, one of the greatest takeaways is networking. And you didn't talk about the greatest part of your experience. But when you get 50 people on a bus together with a lot of time, you start solving each other's problems. I'll let you tell what happened to you after the last trip.
Okay, as we talked about the transition of military to civilian life, every time we stopped, as it was mentioned, we switched seats. And so I sat down and I was talking with the gentleman, and he said, "What are you going to do now that you're retiring?" I said, "Oh, no, I'm going to hang out a little while and kind of play by ear." Lo and behold, now with our construction, standing here right, our HR manager was sitting in the seat next to me. We started talking. He says, "Hey, you have the soft skills, you have the leadership that we're looking for, and now I'm in a management position with fire construction."
All right, I can see you're restless. It's time to wrap it up. Please continue to look at the great pictures. What's the plan for next year? Well, we're going to go to Ames, and we're going to go to Omaha. And you, too, can go with us. We're going to go and check those out for a couple different reasons. Ames has a federal USDA lab, downtown expansion, partnerships to support university-related growth, and they have a great public transportation system that we want to check out. We're going to go to Omaha because of the regionalism that they've put in play. It's really killing it. So we're going to go over there and check it out as well. If you want to be involved, now I'm going to do a plug for money. Big surprise since I work for a bank. You can sponsor it. We always need help defraying the costs. We want as many people to go on this and bring these ideas and go to work for all of us together. So you can always sponsor, and you can contact a member or the chamber and help be a part of that solution. There is a committee, but before I name the committee, anyone that went to Columbia and anyone that went to Northwest Arkansas, pop up and wave your arms big. Woo, look at this number. We had a great time. We've made a difference because of those trips, and we're going to keep doing it until it doesn't make sense anymore. You have a committee. Some of them are here. Stan is here. Stan, pop up. Jim Gordon, Matt Crocker, Gail Irvin. Is she here? Gail is co-chairing with me, by the way, so that's going to be super awesome. Aaron Opple, Jason Moore, Brad Johnson. These are the people planning your next trip. If you've got ideas or even want to know more, talk to one of us. We're going to have a great time. The next step is we're going to do an exploratory trip at the end of February. A few of us will go and map it out and see what makes sense, and then we'll start releasing details. Think about going. It's awesome. That's all we have to say. The bar is next. Am I correct in closing that? There's probably someone important that needs to close it. Here you go, Lyle.
It's been another great learning experience for all of us. So we're running a few minutes ahead of schedule, which I don't think anybody will complain about. Want to remind you that our reception is just going to be around the corner. It does not start till 5:30, and it is in, I think it's A and B, around the corner, and it starts at 5:30. So you've got a chance to do some more networking here, have an opportunity to check your phones, network, and then don't forget, tomorrow morning, we're back here, 8 a.m. We've got some great things happening at Kansas State University and our transportation system for this region. So have a great rest of your afternoon and evening. Looking forward to seeing everybody at 5:30.